Go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music getting the daily live stream up and running. We have some exciting stuff happening today. Sorry for my slight lateness. It's just about 23 minutes till 8. We have the whatever morning space at 8 a.m. with the DeOrganized Good Vibe Tribe at 8:30. We'll be back with the news at 9 a.m. We have an amazing guest, legend of Stacks DeFi, Tycho Onash, coming on to chat with us about what's going on with YouTube, on Zeph, what's going on with StackDAO, Treasury, whatever he wants to talk about, we want to listen. Excited about that. Then Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar version 3 is at 10 a.m. We will be live streaming that as well. Lots going on in the ecosystem. Stay tuned. Today's contest is open. Today's post is pinned. You guys know the routine now. You answer today's question, you're entered to win your share of 200 STX for the month of January. We're giving away 200 STX. And today, where are you currently stacking your STX? And which platform are you using? Tag the platform in the replies. All it takes is one entry per day. Don't forget Friday entries count as 2 entries. And the more entries you get, the more likely you are going to get a prize for sure. That is all I got. I'm actually going to go back to the music for a little while. I think that was a fun and engaging experience for our morning segment before the news. I'm going to start doing more of that. I got to create some more. So bear with me. Some of the content might be older. I think there's something about SIP, the Clarity 4 SIP. That was still under vote when we created the reel, so I gotta tune up some stuff, but so don't judge. And much love. We'll be out with you guys throughout the day. Happy Tuesday.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime.
No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net web, evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision.
Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain. This the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code, Bitflow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of trends in the rhythm, in the rhymes, stacking sats in your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chain stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats, decentralization's flower. FTX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom immense. We bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses. BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builders lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. it up. STX, back it up. Full stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Full stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up.
Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah.
Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flunk. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need love. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Future finance in motion. Real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction. Just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. Depth for power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. and keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just the product, it's a new kind of lane where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just your stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just your stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just your stacking there. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just your stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Just your stacking down. Just your stacking down. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name like it in on chain. Begin as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Break bread in, now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk logging, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click beans one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name like it in on chain. BNS1, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone fire, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace pause, launch my own DeOrganized mic.
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number, nah. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS1.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way. No way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity 4. Clarity 4. high demand, new built-ins. Fast cold, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. We moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, less go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity 4. High demand, new built-ins. Fast cold, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4. From the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. Does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes, address, lock that game. SP, the POs, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CK be watching devs in frame. Interface is the name of the game. For the builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once. Last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite. It's upgrade, season clarity for a night. Send your control block, budget reset. Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core. Speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar. Vote on chain, clarity 4. Yeah, clarity 4. We break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call. Stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock
the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain. This the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code, bit flow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC, mid-sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stacking sats in your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding, sign, assess, rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chain stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, is BTC. Sustainable traction, different steps that Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer whale, get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC. And sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builders lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears and the
stay punk. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flow. We don't need permission, we just function. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a have and heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need love. We fork the rules and we call it love. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Beat spaghetti, stay punk. Beat spaghetti, stay punk.
Future finance in motion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. DeFi power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated in sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking there. Let's go. Yeah. Unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah. Real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows.
your liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. You stacking dough, just you stacking dough. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name.
Yeah.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. Being as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your change.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Break bread in, now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click beans one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your change.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh, oh, oh.
Yeah, zone follow them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own DeOrganized mic.
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way,
No way.
no way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity for. Clarity for, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity for, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity for, we moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, let's go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity for, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity for, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity for, just vote. Push that chain, leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes, address, lock that game. SP, don't POs, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CKB watching devs in frame. Innovation is the name of the game. For the builders, smoother syntax, brighter light, right once, last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite, it's upgrade, season clarity for a night. Send your control block, budget reset, Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core, speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar, vote on chain. Clarity 4, yeah, clarity 4, we break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call, stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door.
Let it flow.
Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net revolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain for the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world, where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code. Bitflow, now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Watch the power get enjoyed.
Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC, sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, code's the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chain stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, is BTC. Sustainable traction, different steps that Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats, decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer whale, get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign and set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity locked to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC. Sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builders lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it raw. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flow. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a have and heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need luck. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay
the crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen boards. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk.
You define as emotion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. Different power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated in sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking there. Let's go. Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Just you stacking down. Just you stacking down. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Stacking down. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name like it in on chain. Begin as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Break bread and now you own your name.
Yeah, they
talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you be in this bound, you forever. Click beans one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
On your name like it in on chain. BNS1, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
On your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone follow them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever.
And hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Tuesday, the 13th of January. I can't believe we're already halfway through the first month. It's amazing how time is flying by. It's crazy. Super excited. We have the man, the legend, Tycho Anash from Zest and Stacking Down coming to chat with us at 9. Really excited about that. We got some interesting news to share. The Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar by Stacks, episode 3 is today at 10 a.m. So we'll be jumping into that afterwards. So lots to go over. We're going to jump right into it. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, hopefully, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. It's very important that you follow that. That being said, we're going to take a look at the numbers this morning. I have this on wrong place. Bitcoin up 1.62% this morning to $92,000. Pretty solid to be holding that line. We're at 3140 for Ethereum, up 1%. So a little bit over that 3100 range yesterday. Now moving up towards 3150. Not a bad place to be. Stacks coming in at number 77 by market cap, up 3.69% at 38.74. Just pushing, getting ready to cross over to 40 cents and maybe beyond. We're hoping. Fear and Greed Index still holding on to that neutral range at 41, just at the bottom of that neutral area. The market does seem to be uncertain, but not really fearful anyway. And the top three gainers over the last 24 hours, wow, Dash is up 60%. That's a huge move. IP has been running, actually up 60% over the last 7 days, up 26% yesterday. Monero, we got a mix, Pump, Chili's, a lot of big gainers. Wow, I didn't realize it was that much heavy gainers at the top of the market. It seems like even more than half of the market is up or flat. A little bit of downside action on a couple of the top 100 over at CoinMarketCap, but not too shabby this morning at all. Let's take a look at the news. Crypto ETFs turn green as Bitcoin rebounds with $117 million inflow. Bitcoin rebounded as U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs recorded $117 million in net inflow, signaling renewed institutional demand following recent market weakness. The inflows come after several choppy sessions that tested investor confidence and pushed prices toward key technical levels. Analysts note the ETF demand remains one of the strongest structural supports for Bitcoin in this cycle, helping absorb sell pressure for miners and short-term holders. While inflows alone do not guarantee sustained upside, the return to positive ETF flows suggests institutions continue to treat pullbacks as accumulation opportunities rather than exit points. The rebound also coincided with stabilization in broader risk markets, reinforcing Bitcoin's role as both a macro-sensitive asset and long-term allocation for funds seeking regulated exposure. Bitcoin is walking into a perfect setup for a long-term bull run, but first faces a brutal 72-hour gauntlet. It's a little ominous sounding. Bitcoin is entering what analysts describe as a critical triple test period, where technical resistance, macroeconomic signals, and liquidity conditions converge within a short time frame. On the technical side, BTC is approaching resistance levels that previously triggered sharp sell-offs. At the same time, markets are closely watching upcoming macro catalysts, including inflation expectations and rate cut probabilities, which could influence risk appetite. Liquidity dynamics add a third layer of pressure as derivatives positioning and funding rates suggest crowded trades on both sides. Together, these factors make the next 72 hours particularly important for short-term direction, with elevated volatility likely regardless of whether Bitcoin breaks higher or rejects from resistance. Strap in. Zcash dev team resigns after board clash, and this actually broke down late last week, but it's an interesting story. I think we have a little bit more clarity on what's going on today. Several prominent Zcash developers have resigned following an internal governance dispute, announcing plans to form a new independent company after disagreements with the project's board. The move highlights ongoing tensions around leadership structure, funding control, and long-term vision within privacy-focused crypto projects. While Zcash itself continues to operate, the departure of core contributors raises concerns about continuity, innovation, and community trust. Governance conflicts like this are increasingly common across crypto ecosystems, especially where foundations and boards hold significant influence over development resources. The situation underscores broader questions about decentralization in practice versus theory, particularly for protocols that rely on small, specialized developer teams. And this is actually a great, it's important to understand governance of a decentralized ecosystem, a decentralized platform is not easy. It takes engagement, it takes work, it takes effort. And we have a great example of that in practice on the Stacks ecosystem. There was SIP31 really changed the game for Stacks, and I think the way it was handled by the top brass, especially Alex Miller, Mitchell Cuevas getting involved. Alex from Hero Systems and now the CEO of the newly formed Stacks Labs, and Mitchell, the head of from the Stacks Foundation, is they were very, very involved in the process from the beginning, reaching out to the community, getting the community involved, getting feedback from the community, and making sure that what they were doing was in line with everyone involved, that there was broad support, that everyone felt included. And while not everyone got everything they wanted, we all got to have our influence and say and our input, and that resulted in a better outcome as far as sentiment coming out of the process, coming out of the governance process. And that's very important to make sure that there are mechanisms in place to keep people included, that you have the means to reach out to your community, to get your community involved, to make sure your community has a place to feed back their concerns. And that's a huge important piece of governance that maybe wasn't quite developed on Zcash, and that's why they had this outcome. So governance in a decentralized ecosystem is utterly important to have done right, and to constantly be working to iterate it more. And I do hope that Zcash can overcome this. I don't hold any personally, but I do like the project, and I would like to see it succeed. Another crypto wrench attack in France. Man, I don't understand why people are so violent, but it does happen, and you need to be prepared for the potentiality of someone to be violent towards you. A new report of a crypto-related physical attack in France has renewed concerns about so-called wrench attacks, where victims are targeted in the real world to force access to digital assets. Unlike on-chain exploits, these attacks bypass cryptography entirely, exploiting human vulnerability instead. The incidents adds to a growing list of cases across Europe, raising alarms about personal security as crypto adoption increases. Security experts emphasize that operational privacy, discretion, and layered custody strategies are becoming as important as technical safeguards. The trend highlights a harsh reality of digital asset ownership. As self-custody grows, so does the responsibility for personal risk management outside of blockchain. Be careful. Be careful, because honestly, these things happen sometimes to people that don't really have a lot of crypto. They just didn't know how to be quiet about the small amount of crypto they have, or they talk too much about it and they make it look like they actually have more than they do. You just want to be careful. Don't be flaunting things whether you do have it or not. It's always good to kind of keep that close to the vest and not share with people too much about your own personal holdings. Ever is really the case. And seems like former Bitcoin mayor Eric Adams is in a little bit of trouble. He's facing a $3 million rug pull allegation after issuing NYC token. This is interesting. Former New York City mayor and self-styled Bitcoin mayor Eric Adams is facing allegations tied to a $3 million rug pull involving the NYC coin, reigniting controversy around politically backed crypto initiatives. The accusations have drawn scrutiny to how the project was promoted, structured, and marketed to the public, particularly given Adams' very pro-crypto stance while in office. While investigations are still unfolding, the situation underscores the reputational and legal risk associated with government-adjacent or celebrity-endorsed tokens. The case is likely to intensify skepticism towards civic-branded crypto projects and could fuel broader regulatory conversations about disclosures, accountability, and consumer protections in token launches. I do want to just say this, though, and I realize that this might not jive with the opinions or positions or the participation or the interests even of some of our audience, but one way to avoid these things is to realize that you don't really need tokens for all of this, for a lot of these things. If your need for a token is hard to explain, and or you have to get very convoluted and complicated as to how you're providing any kind of value for your token, you might be able to achieve what you're looking to do just with the protocol tokens that already exist. So when you're evaluating a project and you're evaluating what the token does, say to yourself, one good thing to consider is, do I need this token for this project to function? Or can I actually just use Bitcoin or Ethereum or stacks on the stacks or SBTC on stacks? Can I just use the native token to facilitate what I'm doing? And am I just providing value with the app? And I don't need a token. And when you build your app to provide value, regardless of whether there's a specific token or not, you're building an app with more value. You're not tied to having to build around creating value within a token. Most tokens don't have functional value. So with that being said, something like New York City Coin seems like a hype play on its face almost every time. And don't get me wrong, there are definitely some projects, especially earlier coins, when we were still trying to figure out the tech and how things worked, and there was a lot more of experimentation going on. I'm not trying to denigrate anybody that's created a token. I just think that my experience with people having created tokens and knowing that there's a lot of people that are constantly looking for the next token to jump into to try to get a come up, I think that paradigm's over. I don't think you're getting the massive alt season where you can just buy anything and it'll eventually go up because you bought it at the right time kind of thing. That will happen, but not as consistently as it had before. So I want to make sure that our community is not being harmed by these things. And it's almost time to bring on our guests. I probably need to send, I don't know if Dago has the link. That's silly of me not to have gotten that over to him sooner, but let me make sure he has that. Too many things going on in the mornings, my friends. Betty's asking for it in the DMs right here. Got too many DMs. Well, GP probably gave it to him anyway. Here we go. All right, so I did get it to him. Sorry for any delay on that. Real quick before we do go into that, I just want to talk about my amazing friends at Bitflow Finance. Bitflow is expanding Bitcoin markets for sure. They have an amazing DEX aggregator letting you trade BTC, STX, SBTC, runes, USDC, USDCX, USDH, and more. And they aggregate the best prices across the Stacks ecosystem from all of the Stacks centralized or decentralized exchanges, including Alex, Arcadico, and Bolar. They also have a bunch of amazing extra tools, adding value and more capacity for you to engage with BTC, Bitcoin-oriented DeFi over at Bitflow. Head over to bitflow.finance today to get started. And with that, I'm going to bring in the homies. Do I have the homies? I see 300. Good morning, my brother. You with us this morning?
Yo.
Yo, what's happening? I hear you got a little extra air conditioning going on these days. No?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, let me switch on my camera. I don't know why it's not coming on. I'm pressing the camera, the Restream camera button right now. Oh, what's going on? Let me try to reload this.
300's got a reveal. That's why he was off screen to start, and I think he's having trouble dropping in now. Interesting. I love it, White Crypto. I love it. Oh, I think 300 is back. What's up, my brother?
I don't know why it's. I'm doing fine, bro. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just to let you know what I'm looking at, you have a couple of different cameras set up, and right now you're on 4K webcam.
Oh, yeah. Now I know what's happening here. So I think I have to switch. Oh, there you go. I got it.
There he is. So how you doing this morning, my brother?
I'm doing fine. I was just having an interesting conversation in the space right now with Gareth. So we're talking about the algorithm, and he was asking why are you posting. It's just a general question that he was asking everybody, that why are you posting, and I even answered that in a way that it was honest of me saying that I was posting for money. So you were saying that if you're posting for money, I don't think you'll be worth his time. It's more like a conversation that we're having, like my point of view is a lot of people are posting for money. If you see those news entities, those content creators are creating that for money, because if there wasn't money involved, they are not going to pay for their subscriptions. They are not going to be able to pay for the videos they are creating. So yeah, that was my point and take in that.
Well, and that's the thing. So I missed the last like 25 minutes of that conversation, but it was a good conversation leading in. You know, I was in on it earlier, and to be honest with you, I do think that so you got to look at it from the perspective of a platform, right? The platform exists essentially to make money for its investors. That's the reason for any corporation to exist. Any company exists in a capitalist market anyway, to create a profit for their investors. X has to turn a profit. And right now they actually have a large operational cost as well. Like it costs them a lot of money to run their platform.
Yeah.
So you got a paradigm where these guys are they need to figure out how to get better. They need to figure out how to get more actual engagement with real users, and avoid the bot problem. We got DeFi Fry in the house as well. What's up, Fry? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
Yo, Fry, you good?
Good to join you guys. Yeah, can you? It seems like there's not a delay this time, which is nice. So that's really cool.
Nice. Sometimes it's not all the time, but sometimes it's pretty bad. And I don't know what it is that does or doesn't trigger. I don't know why it happens, but it does happen. So we just roll with it.
Yeah, no worries. No, I was on my phone last time, but it seems to be good now. I'm in Georgia, as you guys know, but yeah, it's 12 hours ahead here, so I'm going into the evening. I'm actually about to have dinner in a little bit, but thought I'd come on and join you guys for your morning show, see how everything's going.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Before you jump.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Before you jump into serious conversation, do you want to unveil this?
Yeah, you know what? Why don't we get that? Let's first things first. Hunter has some new innovations in air conditioning that he wants to show us.
Nice, let's hear it.
Okay, so don't laugh at me, please.
All right.
Hey, that's a little. It was. Wait a minute. What's because it was less. I saw.
I
Less
got
there
you.
earlier.
I got you. AI.
Was that AI? Was it AI? I thought
Yeah, I
you
made
had-
myself bound.
I thought you went full thing. I didn't. No, you
Can't
did get
trust
me.
anything anymore, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys. We actually have an amazing guest. I'm going to bring him on. It's Tycho and Ash. You guys, well, Hana knows Tycho. Well, Fry, I don't know if you know Tycho. He's the founder of Zest Protocol, one of the founders of Stacking DAO, and involved in a bunch of Bitcoin-oriented projects as well. So we're really excited to have him on. They got some new stuff coming out with Zest. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on the man. Looks like we also got GP in the house as well. Good morning, Tycho. How you doing today, man?
GM Tycho.
Hello.
Hey everybody, let's see. Does this work? Am I loud and clear?
Loud and clear. Looking great, man.
loud and
Looking great.
Actually, I think.
Fantastic. Yeah,
You
great.
You
great.
didn't go super tight with the hairdo like 300, so it wasn't as surprising.
Yeah.
So
Yes, I
Fry,
was just in the waiting room, you know, seeing everything being unveiled. But,
yeah. I was gonna, I figured we'd get that out of the way before we brought you in. So Fry, Tycho Fry. Fry is one of the newer additions to the Bitcoin Live broadcasting team. He actually is doing a weekly show on. Well, I guess it's been mostly on Sundays, but he's looking at taking over some Saturday time. We got the welcome GP. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
GP was ending.
GP, you're a little close to the camera.
Yeah, I'm gonna like stand back a little bit. Uh-oh.
So, Tycho has some. I'm really interested to hear more about what's coming with the V2 on Zest. Should we go for those that don't know? Zest Protocol is one of the leading protocols on Stacks. They have facilitated a way to allow lending and borrowing of Bitcoin and many of the other assets on Stacks. You can borrow against your Bitcoin. You can lend out your Bitcoin for yield. It's a great platform. I've been using it for. Well, I feel like I've been using it for over a year. I don't remember when did Zest actually launch originally?
yeah, over a year ago. It's actually almost 2 years, like March, April 2024.
Oh man, it's going strong for sure.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
only
definitely.
one
I guess
best-
maybe sort of, they're like maybe super quick intro, but yeah, like we started Zest Protocol like kind of originally spun out of Trust Machines, one of the main ecosystem entities where I was before, right, in the Stacks ecosystem. So they're like help design SBTC, right, and the Nakamoto upgrades, so like kind of those main seminal upgrades to the Stacks blockchain. And then Zest Protocol was created to facilitate the main DeFi use case on Stacks, right, which is obviously like borrowing and lending, and then borrowing and lending against BTC specifically, and earning yield on your BTC, right? So today on Zest Protocol, you can earn 5% on your BTC, right, powered by Stacks' dual staking, and there's almost 700 SBTC parked on Zest Protocol today.
Crazy.
So yeah, really thankful for everyone who's been part of the journey so far. I mean, I know that you have been for a long time. So yeah, really great stuff.
For sure, I love it. It gives me something to do with my Bitcoin besides just sitting on it, which is really if all you can do with Bitcoin is sit on it, it's not reaching the potential of and the network doesn't go to where it's supposed to go. We need to have these capital markets that become really functional for DeFi to really blossom, so that we can get to the promise of more retail-oriented applications and widespread mass adoption for crypto. So I mean, this is we're right on time, in my opinion, as to where things are going. We also got Binta joining us. That's great.
Can I
Binta's in
jump
the
in
house
and
as well.
questions?
Yeah, shoot, Fry. Go ahead. Fry is really new to the concept of stacks. I just kind of explained proof of transfer to him the other day, so he's going to have some very interesting questions, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my background comes from being an ETH maxi. I came in, during DeFi summer 2020, so I was involved in projects like Badger DAO, bringing Bitcoin to DeFi, and also I did some messing around with Compound, nothing too extreme, but just things like borrowing, lending for yield. Some minor like shorting strategies, nothing crazy. So like anytime I hear about, especially with what Peace is doing with stacks, and now I'm learning about this as well from you, Tycho. I guess I want to learn about with Zest. How would you compare it to like Compound? Are you familiar with Badger DAO? I mean, how would you relate it to some of those protocols for us old school ETH maxis who are trying to get into the space and kind of understand it from maybe like a position of what we know, protocols we know?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we share a very similar background. Like I very much went full time into crypto during DeFi summer as well. Like at that tail end, sort of very excited by all the big developments that were happening in the space. And I would say like the main way to think about Zest protocol is like think of it like an Aave / Camino style lending market, right? Specifically built for stacks, right, in the Clarity programming language, but then obviously with like a really kind of core focus of borrowing against SBTC, right, and earning yield on your SBTC, which is kind of like the seminal asset of stacks. But then also we have a lot of STX based collateral, right? So like there's about 22 million STX, about the same amount of staked STX. So that's like, there's very serious supply there as well. So I would say the main use cases today are, borrowing against BTC, earning yield on BTC, and then also borrowing and lending against STX based assets. So we see a lot of looping, right? People posting their staked STX from Stacking DAO, then borrowing STX against that, and then staking that again. Same thing with SBTC, but then borrowing STX against it, and and stuff like that. And the current version of Zest protocol is basically modeled after Aave v3, and the next version of Zest protocol that's launching very soon, which is Zest protocol v2 on stacks, basically takes some of the kind of new innovations that have happened, with Camino and with Euler and with Morpho in the Ethereum space, and obviously like then really adapts that to what's what the use cases are on stacks.
Cool. If treat me like I'm stupid, right? Because I am. I'm new to this, right? If I just have some Bitcoin in a private wallet or something, right? And I want to literally get to the point where I'm able to borrow SBTC or even get SBTC. Tell me how to do that. Tell me things like how's the peg maintained for the value of that SBTC, etc. If you could kind of take me from the beginning to getting to how I would use that, because like I'm familiar with Badger, you'd have like Curve involved, and maybe you'd have some wrapped Bitcoin in one vault, and you'd have a token you put into another. I'm just kind of curious what the pathway is here.
Yeah, definitely. I remember those days as well on Badger. That was very exciting, but there was sort of a lot of kind of complicated elements there, right? To sort of get your assets in and sort of what the peg was and how it worked. I would say on stacks, we really design things for simplicity, right? So to move your BTC to SBTC on stacks, you go to app.stacks.co, there you'll find the SBTC bridge. And you basically, you have a stacks wallet, you have a Bitcoin wallet. I mean, a lot of these solutions are in one, right? Like Leather Wallet supports both stacks and Bitcoin. Xverse supports both stacks and Bitcoin. So you have your Bitcoin there. And then basically you connect the wallet, right? You send the BTC, you sign on stacks, and then within 2 Bitcoin blocks, you have your SBTC on stacks. So it's like near instant, right? It's way faster than the solutions on Ethereum, where of course you need to wait like 6 or 8 or more confirmations, because you have like 2 chains that kind of move independently of each other, whereas stacks is anchored to Bitcoin, so you could do that within like 2 confirmations.
How long does that take?
And yeah, 2 it's like 20 minutes, give or take.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, and then you have your SBTC on stacks, and if you want to go back, it's It's about 6 confirmations, right? So it's about an hour to go back. So there you see that, the peg is like, very close to 1-to-1. It's just so easy to arbitrage it, and there are no fees as well, right? Obviously there's Bitcoin transaction fees to go in and out, but there's not like a basis point fee, right? Which is something you would see, often on Ethereum bridges, right? That there's like a fee for going in or a fee for going out. So that doesn't exist. So that means that the peg is sort of very, very strong, right? Because Stack's business model is, of course, to be, an L2 and generate fees from transactions, right? Rather than from bridging in assets. And yeah, then once you have your SBTC, you just come to zestprotocol.com, right? And you supply it, right? It's an interface that you'll be very familiar with. It looks like Aave. And you can supply, and then you start earning a 5% yield today. And then yeah, once you have a supplied asset, you can also borrow. Sorry,
what's the yield denominated in?
The yield is in BTC.
Okay.
This is part of the yeah. Like, so the way that Stacks works, maybe you've talked about that with Peace Love Music, but you have this mechanism, right, where STX generates BTC yield. And if you mint SBTC, you can also generate BTC yield on your SBTC because of the way that proof of transfer works. And basically you get that full SBTC staking yield by supplying it on Zest protocol. Right. So if you otherwise want to get that 5%, you need to have like, a lot of STX also staked, right, in addition to SBTC that you have on the network. But with Zest protocol, you can just come in with BTC, you supply it, right, and you get your 5%.
That's really
in
cool,
BTC, which is like one of the highest yields, quoted not by me but by the guys at Bitcoin Yields, right? They always, release every couple of weeks like the what are the highest BTC on BTC yields, and the highest one is yield basis, right, which is by the Curve team, but that's the DEX, so that obviously has some some risks involved and like a lot of wrapping and so on. It's quite complicated to generate that yield, but then for just the naked BTC yields, as protocol is usually at the top there.
That's really cool. No, that's interesting to learn. So basically you're able to earn a pretty high yield in a decentralized fashion. And the SBTC, I'm imagining it stays close to peg because it's basically collateralized by BTC. Is that correct to say?
Yeah.
So
it's 1-to-1.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1. You can always just get it out permissionlessly as well, right? So if there's ever some discrepancy in the peg, I'm sure that there's some bot that immediately tries to ARP that.
Makes sense. No, that's awesome. It's great to learn.
Also, like, you can earn even just as little as like 0.5% just holding your Bitcoin in Stacks. You can earn a minimum of 0.5% yield, and then with lots of upside opportunities, like with loaning it out on Zest or other DeFi opportunities. So Stacks is rapidly becoming the de facto place to come earn yield on your Bitcoin, in my opinion, for sure. So what are I'm interested in hearing, because GP has been talking about V2 for a while, but he hasn't tipped his hand. He's only sharing what he can share, so I don't know. I'm interested in hearing some more of the details as to the added functionality and what's coming with V2. So what can you share? When is that actually going live, by the way? Or am I asking?
When V2?
That's right. When V2? When V2?
When V2?
We want alpha. Hi, Tycho.
Drop it. Tycho, drop it.
Yeah. Happy to share more. I would love to share a bit more about Zest protocol V2, right? Because as sort of said earlier, right, Zest protocol V2 is built on some of these latest innovations in on-chain lending, and the main thing that users will see is that essentially it's much easier to borrow assets, right? Today, on Zest protocol V1, there are essentially borrow caps for the different assets because of the way that risk is managed, and I won't bore you with the exact details, but on V2, the risk can be managed much more granularly, which means that for users, it's basically possible to borrow more assets than before, right? So higher LTVs, less liquidation risk, and sort of all these things, because the protocol essentially, uses the assets more efficiently. right? So basically better borrowing experience. Then the second thing is something we call like soft liquidations, right? So when your position hits liquidation threshold, it won't be liquidated immediately. First, it will just be liquidated, in small pieces. And then once it hits like a certain kind of really emergency threshold, then it can only be liquidated in full. So that should also be a much better user experience. And then the third thing is that on SBTC specifically, it's been like a feature that's been requested by a lot of users. You'll be able to borrow against SBTC in a kind of, call it, non-rehypothecated fashion. So you can supply SBTC, and you could basically say to the protocol, don't lend out my SBTC, and then borrow against it. That also means that you forgo a little bit of yield, right? A few basis points, not the 5%, of course. But essentially, yeah, it creates like an even better experience to borrow against SBTC, right? Like the flagship asset stacks.
So it's more efficient borrowing and lending, and more options for the user, safer experience. I'm assuming with that soft
liquidation.
Thank you. With the soft liquidation, you have the opportunity to recapitalize more likely, and not, so your
Exactly.
your risk is significantly diminished because you have the opportunity to protect yourself.
Exactly. That's basically, that's the way to think about it, right? So it's easier to borrow, and then like say today, right? If you borrow against your SBTC, you'll get liquidated at like around at around 80%, right? So once your loan hits about 80% LTV, whereas in the new version, you won't then be liquidated immediately once you hit such a threshold. Then it will just be liquidated just enough to sort of push it back to the right threshold, and only when it sort of comes to like the somewhere very close to the debt and the collateral being equal, only then the position can be liquidated full. So you basically you'll basically be much safer from liquidation events, right? And we've seen a lot of swings. Zest protocol has been live for almost 2 years now. Like a lot of liquidations have happened. Of course, that's not been like a great thing for the users involved, right? It's never good to be liquidated, but it also says something strong about the protocol, right? Like it has processed all these liquidations. It's never incurred any bad debt for the protocol, right? So it's never been too late in liquidating any position. So that also means
actually,
that,
right. It's important, right? It has to be safe.
But that's the work.
Right. It has to, right. It has to work. And that's, I didn't realize it was up to 80% LTV, which is a very that's a lot of, you're not going to find much broader than that anyway. You don't really, unless you're trying to sell your Bitcoin, you don't want to go over 80%, right? I mean, it becomes super risky. So that makes, it sounds like you guys seem to have been on to a great start with it anyway, but it sounds like you guys have done a lot of deep thinking as to how to streamline it and make it better, without a whole lot of compromise. Actually, it just seems like
and a lot goes into this, right? Like, because you need to build all of these primitives in Clarity, which is like the programming language of stacks, right? Which is like super different from what you can do in Solidity or in Rust on Solana, right? So it really requires like a really deep technical thinking to get that right. So shout out to Emil, right, the CTO of Zest Protocol, and the developers for getting that right. And then of course, like they've been like very rigorous auditing process over the course of the past 4 months to get it like to the as audited as the Stacks blockchain itself, essentially, right? Which is the kind of the treatment that it deserves, because this is like the core primitive of Stacks to really scale Stacks DeFi.
Yeah, no, I love it, man. I really do. I'm excited about it. I do think more options in the marketplace at the time where we're going to be opening up the door for way more Bitcoin to come into Stacks, to leverage the opportunity. We have our institutional grade Bitcoin infrastructure now, and just so many things coming online at the same time. So again, you guys are right at the it seems like you're right at the right place at the right time with V2.
Yeah, and things are also happening on Stacks, right? Like Stacks is doing great, right? Stacks is probably one of the best performing altcoins of this year. Of course, coming from far, and yeah, I mean, you know, of course, Stacking DAO, like the meme coin ecosystem, would love to, you know, share some thoughts on those things as well. Like if you guys want to dive into that, but I think some really cool stuff is happening.
Oh, we could talk for another couple of hours. We talk every day about what's going on Stacks, and there's always new news, you know. USDC, are you guys loaning out USDCX yet?
So that's going to be on the V2. So that's kind of like the main thing that we're waiting for to launch the V2 is USDCX is going to be available on Zest Protocol V2, not on Zest Protocol V1. That will still be a USDC. So that's going to essentially also be like one of the main reasons to use the V2 is because there you can access, you know, USDCX, and a USDC will be moved over from V1 to V2, and then that will really be the market where USDCX lives, and yeah, it really comes to, you know, comes to its full potential on Stacks.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then V2, when V2 goes live, you'll have two different platforms running. You'll have a V1. Is that similar to like when Uniswap upgraded and they had V1
right.
and V2, V3?
It will still be there. You know, it's not on our control, right? It's smart contracts deployed on the blockchain.
Right,
so
it just exists.
They're there. But yeah, basically you'll come to the upgraded version of the Zest Protocol app. Then you can select in the drop down like V1 or V2, and based on that, you see the different you know, dashboards and the assets that are available. We'll also make it easy, right? If like someone comes to the app, you know, and they have assets on V1, and we'll give them a pop-up, you know, ask if they want to migrate, you know, and then if it's just a simple supply position, you know, we can do that in one click. Of course, if there's like a complete borrowed position open, then that will be a bit more involved, and that's more up to the user themselves. But that's broadly how it will work.
Okay, so the V1 positions won't automatically migrate over to V2.
No, it's something up to the users. Yeah.
So so then they can actually choose if they feel like they're in a better position right now. They can just stay where they are.
That's true. That's true. Though we do expect like some of the large positions, right? Like some of the larger LPs, and also some of the, you know, positions that you know, that Stacks is organized, right, to move over to the V2. So V2 will have like significantly better rates, better yields, and all of those things, but not like, you know, completely overnight, right? So you know, there's no need to be worried about existing positions, right? Like there'll be ample time to and potentially they can stay open forever, right? It's just that, you know, the rates are going to be much more attractive on V2 because the capital's there, but also because of all the new, you know, the new ways of managing risk that V2 introduces.
Yeah, most people will probably want to migrate, but they're not going to have to, you know. So if they're content leaving it where it is, they can do that. So do you guys have any questions about Zest or what's going on with Zest or anything going on? Fry, does the conversation give you any more curiosity?
Yeah, actually, I want to ask about USDCX, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So honestly, like I've always believed stablecoin is kind of a misnomer, right? Because I'm not a big believer in fiat currency, of course, but I understand somebody who's coming into the space during a volatile time, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. They like stablecoins. They like the idea of being able to get in and out, but then also if you're able to get a yield on a stablecoin, that's even better, right? My inherent question to that is with USDCX. Is there any kind of risk that there is with holding USDCX, whether it's the maintenance of the peg, smart contract risk, etc.? Just curious what risks are present.
Yeah, so USDCX is kind of, you know, it's basically Circle's new like canonical way to move USDC to new chains, right? And it's fully issued by Circle, so it's in a Circle, you know, Circle-based UI. And people with Circle accounts, they can basically choose to move it to USDCX on Stacks. It's just like one of those, you know, first, like when Circle goes into a new ecosystem, it's like the first foray into that is USDCX. but it can be upgraded to the full, USDC version once there is like a certain amount of volume, right? So once there are, say, hundreds of millions of USDCX circulating on stacks, and Circle sees, okay, this is like a huge business opportunity for us, then they can just flick the switch, and then all USDCX becomes USDC, and then it's basically rebranded.
Oh, so eventually USDCX will just be called USDC. Is that the long term scenario?
That's very possible. That's very possible. Yeah, like if USDCX is successful and Stacks is obviously very successful in attracting significant stablecoin liquidity, then I think it's bound to become USDC over time.
So it's fair to say that if you trust USDC, if it gets enough traction, USDCX won't be any different.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the value there, we do have like Allbridge USDC on chain now. You can bridge USDC through Allbridge. We have a couple of other really great stable coins. USDH is a Bitcoin-backed stable coin. USDA on Arcadico. BSD now, the Bitcoin stable dollar. The new project is coming out. So there are other options, but USDC and Circle are the standard right now, and so having that native on stacks makes things a lot less friction, and a lot more authenticity in the trust of the system. So it is a huge win getting USDC via USDCX on the ecosystem versus our limited options up until this point. So that's a huge win for optics, plus the capacity to add dollar stable liquidity into the ecosystem in a more holistic way. So it is a big addition amongst the many others going on in the space right now. We got I wonder actually. So a number of the other things that we've had going on in the ecosystem, like Wormhole, that's going to allow bridging basically any SIP10 token over to Ethereum, Solana, etc. Wallet Connect, which will allow us to interact with more wallets and allow app developers. Is Zest looking at those options? Same thing with like the passkey technology on WebAuthn being added to Clarity 4. I know there's a lot of cool stuff coming on with Rafa, especially is working on a bunch of really cool onboarding capacity using passkeys for non-crypto natives. Well, are you guys looking at those things? Are you going to be adopting some of those into Zest and/or Stacking DAO?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're one of the main contributors to the Wallet Connect kind of integration, right? There's still some things that it needs to support before you can really plug it into applications. So it's getting there. It's kind of we submit the PRs and we kind of wait for Stacks to sort of implement them or to update some of the libraries and so on. But yeah, we're getting very close with that, right? So I think those things are interesting. We'll just we'll use the latest stuff that's available whenever it's available, so the ecosystem keeps evolving, as you're saying, right? And we just want to use whatever the latest stuff is. We'll be on the forefront. And if it's not quite ready, then we'll do our best to make it ready.
Nice. I do think that the lower friction to onboard new users is a huge deal, especially with I don't know if you're familiar with the Pillar project that we've been working on a little bit, hammering on. It's something that
I've seen it,
yeah. The paradigm there is to try to create the most frictionless way possible to onboard people that are really, I guess the target is Bitcoin holders, but non-Stacks natives. So I would imagine that process would be hugely valuable also to Zest once it gets ironed out in a functional way.
Because we built in Zest, right?
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So it should be right. It should be I'm excited at at all of these things coming together at once, because a year ago, a lot of this stuff was all just hypothetical, like account abstraction and onboarding with passkeys and stuff. And we're here now. It's like actually coming online, and it's almost surreal to witness it happening in real time. It's crazy, because I do think that we're poised for a huge step, both as an ecosystem and stacks and Bitcoin and crypto adoption as a whole. I think we're in an amazing place with all of the things coming online right now. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then there's of course Stacking DAO, which we can share some more things about, right? Of course, the meme coins and stacks and so on. So happy to dive into those as well. But,
so you've brought up meme coins twice now, so I would love to hear, what is your opinion on meme tokens, and do you have, if you can share, do you have any favorites that you like in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned it a couple times because this year also Stacks meme coins have been doing quite well, or generally meme coins have kind of resurged a little bit, right? Like in the first months of this year, but specifically on Stacks, right? Like we saw Welsh and Leo, right? So
Leo's crushing.
Dogecoin on Stacks, Leo, Munib's cat, famously, which I'm big fan of. I'm also like a public holder of Leo on Tyco.btc, so everyone can see the Leo bag there from one of the early hours. But yeah, I mean, they've been doing really well, right? So these tokens are maybe trading at around maybe $300,000 FTVs or so, right? Down from the double, or in some cases even triple digit millions FTV before, and they've made a quiet resurgence, right? So now they're trading above $1 million again. I think Leo is leading now, right, with about 1.5 million FTV. And I've been talking to a lot of like new people entering the ecosystem, right? So there's at least, 2 people that reached out to me who hold over 1% now, or bought that in the open market recently. And yeah, it's like really the kind of mascot of Stacks, right? Like on base you have Toshi, right, which is like the cat of Brian Armstrong. And then on Stacks, like kind of the equivalent is like Munib's cat, right, which is Leo. And it was like from the very early 2023 tweet where Munib was tweeting something like, oh, I have these two cute cats, and one of them is called Leo, and that's what the token basically represents, or is named after. And yeah, so when people kind of come to Stacks, right, obviously they love SBTC, they love STX, they love earning yield on those assets. But then when it comes to sort of like the long tail bet on Stacks, like a lot of new entrants seem to identify Leo as like something they recognize, right, from the base ecosystem, and something that they're excited about.
Yeah, for sure. And the value of the meme coins on Stacks, especially the more successful ones, is really in the community. They have very, very strong communities built around them. And they're engaging constantly with their communities. Rubes especially is constantly putting out stuff.
He's on it, yeah.
I mean, so Fry had just asked in the private chat, I think it's worth noting for our audience as well. He's asking about DEXs on Stacks. My go-to for trading is Bitflow. It's bitflow.finance. Love them. They actually are a DEX aggregator, so they're going to actually pull the best prices across the ecosystem. Other exchanges you can go to, Alex, Valar, Arcadico has a little bit of swapping available. They're all plugged into Bitflow though. And then to do research, speaking of Rubes, we had a tool called STX Tools that has actually expanded into Tenero. So it's Tenero, Tenero.io. Is an amazing place to go to do research. You get a lot of data on liquidity and volume and all of that stuff for all of the basically every token on Stacks, plus it's expanding to other Bitcoin L2s and token markets. So Tenero.io is a great place to do your research, and Bitflow is where I go to do my trading for sure. These days, they are the top DEX on Stacks, even if they are a sponsor of ours, and I don't have to say that. But we do have some really great already developed Bitcoin-centric DeFi ecosystem. And then there's also a lot of other options. There are a ton of meme coins. There are several other protocols that are either have tokens or maybe have a token generation event in the timeline where you can earn points for interacting. So like on Bitflow, they do plan to have a token. There's no timeline set for it. There's no guarantees as to allotments or anything. But right now, by participating in the platform, you're earning points. Same thing with Zest and Stacking DAO, by the way. When you engage in these, on top of earning yield, you're also getting points for a potential token generation event down the line for these protocols. So lots of opportunity here these days.
I want to talk about meme coins for a minute. So I'm on, I'm checking out Bitflow, and I'm also checking out Tenero right now. And I have a question about a couple of these. So one is POS coin. I feel like I've heard of this one before, where it could be either piece of shit or proof of sale. Like it could mean a couple different things. Is that the same coin that I'm thinking of?
POS, I'm familiar with the project. Actually, that's one of, I believe you know Steve from STXAI.
Yeah. I was wondering if it's the same thing you mentioned.
It's part of his project. It's for point of sale. They were working on a point of sale project. So it's I don't know where it is in development. I just know the early background of it. They were working on around the same time Crypto Dude was working on some point of sale mechanics. And so I think it just kind of came out as it's more of a concept than a functional token, from my understanding. I know Steve, so I don't want to, I wouldn't say anything negative about the project. I'm always interested in people experimenting and trying different things, but I don't believe it has any real function as of right now.
Okay, I was curious because first I wanted to make sure it was the same coin that I was looking at that I had heard about. I know that, you know, how these liquidity things work in markets. Like I get the gist of it, of course, obviously, but like the exact functionality, exactly how the math works and everything can elude me, but this seems a little confusing, and I was wondering if someone could explain this. So POS coin, 11K liquidity, basically 70K market cap. Okay, that sounds maybe right. But then I'm looking at Leo, and it's got 47K liquidity, and we're at 1.48 million market cap. I'm just wondering if someone could explain that one to me. Are there other chains that are holding this token, or what's the explanation for that?
So you're talking about the liquidity, like this POS coin has higher liquidity, you're saying?
Yeah, like the liquidity versus the market cap. The math just doesn't seem to math for me quite. It seems like if the POS coin has 11K liquidity and the market cap 70K, but Leo has 47K liquidity, somehow it's at 1.48 million market cap. Yeah. I think the sort of so a lot of these tokens on stacks were not launched like on like Pump Fund or something like that, right? Where you have like certain market cap to liquidity ratios that are like baked in. Like they're kind of like from before the Pump Fund era, right? So there was like a certain amount of liquidity that was locked. Like say like well actually for Leo's case it was like all the liquidity, like all the tokens were like locked in the LP, paired with a certain amount of STX. I think it was like 5,000 at the start or 3,000 or something like that, 3,000 STX, and then it just started trading, right? And people started buying it, and that liquidity remained locked. But I think on Pump Fund you'll see that there's like, you know, a deeper liquidity requirement before like a token bonds and things like that. And then also like, you know, all the liquidity on stacks today on DEXs has been still Uni V2, right? So there's a bit little incentive to add liquidity to those pairs because, you know, there's a lot of impermanent loss there. But that's going to change with like the Uni V3 style DEXs, right? So the HODLMM from Bitflow, which is going live probably in the coming weeks. And then Leo will also be like the first token listed on there with like much deeper liquidity against STX and stuff like this. But yeah, you'll see that the liquidity is like not super high. Leo is probably still one of the most liquid, you know, of these memes. I mean, Rue has like a little bit more liquidity, but like, for example, Welsh, which is like similar size, right, has probably like,
has like 32K liquidity, right, compared to 47 on the Leo side. So it's definitely good to look at these things because that there you can just see how the price moves. And one thing I just find interesting as well is like because Leo was originally paired against STX, right? But then the Alex hack happened, which was like the DEX and stacks, and that STX was basically taken by a hacker, and then Alex replenished it with their own token Alex, which is like the governance token of their DEX, right? So Alex was trading at like maybe 500 million FTV at some point, right? It was like really the #1 BTC5 project. Now Alex is kind of drifted all the way down to like about 1 million FTV, but still most of Leo's liquidity is against Alex, and they're still the leading like project token on the Stacks network, right? So if you look at like the DeFi projects with tokens, right, which is like basically Alex and Arcadico are the only two. So Bitflow doesn't have a token yet, right? Obviously Zest Protocol doesn't have a token yet. Stacking DAO doesn't have a token yet. And then there's all these DEX innovations coming to Stacks, right? With Bitflow obviously launching their version of Uniswap v3 liquidity. Alex is going to launch theirs as well. So yeah, like 1 million FTV is definitely like it's definitely kind of bottom there in some ways, and that can have like interesting cascading effects, right? So if let's say Alex reprices to 10 million or something like that, then a token like Leo gets pulled with it because like it has this liquidity against Alex and so on. So yeah, there is like some sort of reflexive loops kind of currently built into the ecosystem, which have kind of dragged things down like all together. But that also could sort of reflect on the way up quite strongly as well. So
right.
Yeah.
Just to add to that extremely detailed explanation, the liquidity on Leo's a much older token than POS. POS was actually launched through the STX City bonding curve. One huge differentiator between the two is you have about 12,000 holders of Leo. You have 185 holders of POS. So it's way less distribution amongst the liquidity. And the liquidity on Leo has taken a broader hit from where it was when it first launched and when it exploded price-wise because of the Stacks has done extremely well so far this year, but it's still way down from where it was even over the summer by a significant amount. So we've had a huge drawdown in the value of the asset that it's paired with. So that's also a huge impact as to why the liquidity on Leo seems to be so low versus the market cap. The market cap has also been pretty volatile. It's gone up and down significantly on Leo because there's way more people actually engaged in it and trading it, where POS is very, very, very small project. So it's hard for them to increase market cap without further distribution and a demand for the token. They just don't have as big of a community either. So there's a number of factors there, but that is a great question. Why is it so much more in market cap when the liquidity is only 5 times? Well, 5 times liquidity is actually a significant increase in liquidity as well. So
yeah, like if I'm looking at, like, for example, you mentioned Alex token. I don't know if I should share my screen or you guys want to pull it up, or it doesn't really matter, I guess. But like if I just look at the liquidity, it's like 371,000, right? And the market cap is 735K. So, I mean, obviously there's a bunch of factors that determine if you're going to invest in a meme coin or a token of any kind associated with a project. Many variables that make you decide what's a good investment or not. But just from my point of view, like when I come into a project and I'm looking for a good opportunity, I'm always looking at like low market cap, high potential. Like, so when I see liquidity into it, and also like I believe that there's good potential for growth, I feel like there's less risk. Like if I come into a project that's 700K market cap and we got like 370K liquidity, I mean, my potential to lose if somebody just pulls out suddenly a substantial like holder.
Yeah, that's
little,
really. I would say that one is really obviously not financial advice, but like that. Yeah, that Alex seemed to have really bottomed in some way, right? I think also like historically, it's interesting to see like on Scenario you can go quite far back, right? Or even on CoinGecko, most of these tokens are, and you can kind of see like how they've historically performed or what like the lows have been, right? So I think in addition to liquidity, that's also an interesting thing to look at. But yeah, I think Alex is the kind of basket case of a project that maybe a lot of people think is not doing anything anymore because they got hacked and so on. But still very high revenue DEX on Stacks. They're going to launch concentrated liquidity. Like the team's still building. So yeah, like gotta give it to them in some way as well.
100%. I mean, it's tragic how that broke down back to back, a year apart. Alex was, if it wasn't for Alex, Stacks probably wouldn't have made it. Alex was the main DEX on Stacks for a long time. It was really the main place to go and do any significant amount of trading. But it did. They had a couple of exploits that were really damaging. Came around at terrible. I guess there's never a good time for that to happen. But they came around. It really took the wind out of our sails for the ecosystem at large when it happened. And again, just to reiterate, a huge shout out to the team over there for just to keep grinding, keep iterating, keep pushing out. They didn't fold it up. And it's having multiple options in the marketplace is only good for the consumer and the ecosystem at large. So, but to your point,
I gotta go. By the way, guys. Unfortunately, like there's these the Stacks webinars starting in 10 minutes.
We gotta
get some things. They wanna see me there to check mics and things like that. But yeah,
they got you working the tech side of things.
Yeah, well, I think I'll be on at in 10 minutes or so. Like we'll do a little two sessions on Stacks DeFi and things like that. So it's been a good warm up, like to get ready for
your audio sounds
part of the program. But
your lighting is great. Your audio sounds good. Great conversation. Always a pleasure having you, man. Love what you guys are working on. Huge fan of Zest. Huge fan of Stacking DAO and everything else going on. I'll let everyone have a quick. Go ahead.
How are you feeling now since we have 2.6 BTC left to reach the milestone of 700 million on Zest? SBTC.
We're 2.6 away?
Just checked it right now. We're 2.6 away.
It will be a big milestone. It'll be a big milestone. 700 SBTC on Zest vertical. It's like it only kind of keeps ticking up. So yeah, I'm gonna be very excited to see that. But I'll be the first to post on Twitter when it hits that. Unless you beat me to it. I mean, it seems like you have your tab open as well. Yeah. Nice one.
I will have 2 videos on it before anyone else gets a chance to post.
Yeah. No, but it's an amazing vote of confidence. Right? So it's really great to see. And it's not our BTC. It's users using it to generate yield. And it's great to see that people are using the protocol for what it was built for, what we originally envisaged. And looking forward to the 700, the 800, the 1,000, the 2,000, and and beyond. So that's definitely what we built this infrastructure for. So very excited about what the future holds.
Yeah, pleasure.
And we'd love to come back here as well. Like this is great chatting. And as like things sort of kick off more, and V2 is live, should we do some more of these and just dive into all the updates of what's going on Stacks.
Absolutely, man. You're welcome
anytime. TVL on there for sure as well. Yeah.
What was that?
Say again?
Oh, sorry, I might have a little delay here, but I was just saying really impressive TVL on the platform. I was noticing that as well when I was checking out the assets, like followed you, Tycho, and Zest and everything. Like it looks like a really exciting project. I'm gonna check it out for sure.
Awesome, great. Absolutely. Well, really good stuff here, and good luck with the rest of the show. And then we'll talk again soon.
Thank you, sir. Good luck on the capital markets webinar. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Tycho. Thank you guys.
Bye.
Great conversation.
Nice to meet you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tycho.
Yes, sir.
That was great. Having the man. Yeah, now we can. Oh, suddenly, I think maybe GP is actually Tycho. He's running a
Yeah,
Tycho
he's the AI
AI.
version of Tycho.
That's why he couldn't talk.
Oh,
Oh, we figured
now
it
you're
out.
able to talk. We see you, bro.
Out here, I promise I'm just GP. Tycho is a different individual. No, he's very, very busy and handling in there, giving him the business this year already. Yeah, I love to see it, man. Tycho's often at all of these different conferences and get-togethers. He's out there, boots on the ground. Trying to educate people about Bitcoin DeFi. Everything it exists on Bitcoin rails now, right? We can move between Bitcoin and the dollar without ever leaving Bitcoin now. So it's just like we're at such a historic time for all of what we're doing, and I think we're all very tightly and aligned. So it's time to get bullish now, man. I'm feeling the energy.
Yeah, I think we are very, very fortunate to have such robust, well-planned, well-built-out protocols like Zest, like Stacking DAO, others, looking at Bitflow, even Alex. Like, I know that they've had their issues and stuff, but we have several options. Granted, now I'm going to have to start, I don't want to miss anybody, but there's a lot of DeFi optionality in stacks already, largely very tried and true already, very secure. Like Fry was saying, they are very, very well capitalized over at Zest. The risk is very, very low, and the options are very, very strong. So we are very fortunate to have this much development for Bitcoin L2. We're the only ones that really have this kind of volume, liquidity, and functionality at the protocol level for these types of things. So huge shout out again to Tycho for joining us. We love having him on here. Love what's going on with Stacking DAO and Zest. I use both. I use both platforms. I don't really borrow so much as I just use Zest as an opportunity to get a little bit more yield on stuff that I'm holding. But to each their own. And if I did want to, like, if I decided I needed to get a little bit of capital to invest in something, I have a little bit of Bitcoin, I have some stacks in there, I can borrow against it, get a little bit of dollar stable coins, loop that in, buy a little bit more. There's all sorts of different things you can do on platforms like that. And it really is, it is decentralized finance. That's what it is.
The play that I've been doing piece as a recent is going and stacking my STX with Stacking DAO for up to 10%. I think it sits around like 9%. Very like that's about where.
Are you doing
9%.
Are you doing STX to get your yield in stack, or are you doing STX BTC and getting SBTC yield?
Well, I'm doing both. So the cool thing is with STX is that it's auto compounding yield back in STX. So the price of STX will ever only appreciate against STX. So I'm stacking for STX for those auto compounding STX gains, and then I'm getting daily Bitcoin rewards and SBTC paid claimable on Stacking DAO for stacking with STX BTC. And it's up to 10% APY. You take those and put them on Zest, you can collateralize them and then borrow stables and then swap back into STX and kind of loop and lev your position up. So that is like one of the plays that I have been using. And the SBTC that is claimable every single day on Stacking DAO with using the STX BTC liquid stacking token, you can go and pay down your loans with that. So slowly over time, just for providing my assets, I'm still getting paid those APYs. I'm still getting access to liquidity to pay down the loans. I have the ability to leverage up my positions or go handle something, say something comes up IRL. I can get those, I can borrow those stables and then take them out, cash them out, take them outside of the ecosystem, and then have access to, dollars to handle my business. So I think it is a really, really powerful DeFi strategy. There's a lot of other arbitrage strategies that you can use with Zest too. And I would imagine since Stacks and then SBTC is going multi-chain, that there will be other opportunities as well, right? Even more of these yield arbitrage opportunities and DeFi opportunities. So it's just 2026 looks like it looks like Stacks this year. The institutional grade Bitcoin DeFi rails are being laid out right now as we speak.
Quick one, GP.
Yeah, what's up, Fry?
Oh, I was just going to ask if you guys remember a protocol called Yearn Finance or Yearn Finance. There was two things I was going to say about it. One, I was thinking about them quite a bit while GP was talking about some of his complicated yield strategies, right? Because they had all these different vaults that you could leverage for different things. And I was going to talk about it in two contexts. One is when we were talking about Alex earlier and how they were hacked. If you remember, Yearn was basically like the blue chip standard. And when everybody was getting hacked, having all their vaults like liquidated, there was the pickle finance hack where like they actually swapped the pickle jars. It was almost like the Indiana Jones thing where he swaps the sand for the gems. And they ran off with like a whole dive vault. It was the one time I got liquidated. I think I lost like $1,000 and got some cornichone token or some shit. I don't know. I swapped that a few times and got some of my money back. But anyway, my point is like they were the blue chip until they had their own hack, right? But as you know, they continued to be this great protocol just because of the team behind them and how solid their work was. So you can really come back for anything. So who knows? Maybe Alex is an opportunity, maybe not financial advice. But the next thing I was going to get into is I was looking at these assets, and this is probably a lot more simpler than what you're doing, GP. But I was looking at these assets on this protocol, right? And I was wondering, like if maybe we can go through, like for somebody new like me, like I've done more complicated things, especially back in the DeFi summer days, but I've been just kind of like, I hope whatever, maybe I trade a shit coin here and there. But like if we can just come through the basics of like, SBTC we talked about earlier, that's pretty clear. Stacks, I think I get that. Stacks, SBTC yield, and all these different like things, and then maybe in context, what's on Zest versus like what GP is doing. I don't know if we can get like a little bit of a deep dive or a kind of a look into that. Maybe it would help somebody like me, other people are watching and just getting into this for the first time,
Oh yeah. Also, GP, that
just to break in real quick, we are going to have to kind of wrap the conversation up shortly because the webinar is about to start. We're covering that live. But Fry, I love that you joined. You ask amazing questions and you really drive a good conversation. So we can definitely go into this a little bit, but we might get interrupted if they start. They're probably going to start any minute now. So just be prepared for a potential interruption. Go ahead, GP.
No worries.
I'll tell you what, Fry, one of the best places to get is into the Zest protocol Discord. I actually for Zest protocol as well as Stacking DAO. So if you wanted to get into a little bit of the thick of it with me, I would love to just jump on a call with you and walk you through all of it, and definitely get into those Discords. I don't know if you're a Discord user or not, but I do weekly screen shares on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 1 p.m. kind of teaching some of this stuff, for the newcomers, right? So this is what we do, and we embrace every newcomer with open arms and help them learn about how to resecure their financial freedom through Bitcoin DeFi. So let's link up. I'll definitely give you a follow on X and reach out to you, and let's make it happen, man.
Yo, GP, I hope you
Sounds good, man.
me.
Yeah, DeFi and everything.
Can you
Awesome.
hear me, GP?
Yeah, I can hear you, Hannah. What's going on, brother?
Oh
man?
yeah. What how you were explaining it also, I'm an old timer, but you explained it really well. So I wanted you maybe to do like a series where you are teaching step by step of it. And
Hi everybody.
I think it will be
Welcome
cool.
back to our
I agree with Tree.
capital
You
markets.
you just ran us through,
This is
so
our
I didn't get some, and I would
institutional
love
three-part
to
series
like get
talking about
and see.
the
Maybe probably
shift
your
and
strategy
evolution
might
of
really work
how
well
Bitcoin is
for
moving
another
from a
person.
passive reserve to a
I'll put that
productive
on that, guys.
Awesome
yield
stuff, guys.
generating
Thank you guys for
asset.
joining.
Each of our
I'm gonna
sessions
just
throughout
turn off
part
all of
one,
our.
part two, and
I
today's
don't think
part
we need
three
ongoing
brings
commentary
together
during this. So I'm
leaders from
just turn
throughout
off
the
our
industry
cameras,
and the
let them
Stacks
play, listen to
ecosystem
what
to
Kyle has
talk
to
about
say.
all the major
I
areas
think I'm
that are
talking about
building up and
capital
laying the
markets,
foundation for
Bitcoin
this
capital
next
markets,
era
and
of Bitcoin
amazing
as we welcome in this institutional shift.
Bitcoin-oriented
And since
institutional grade
our
rails
last
being built
part
on
series, we've
Stacks.
seen a
Thank you guys for
dramatic
tuning in
growth
today and for
in a
joining in a
lot of the
great
institutional
conversation, all of you.
activity with
Shout out
major financial
Timberly,
institutions
GP,
from Bank of
Vinta,
America,
Fry,
Morgan
Rihanna,
Stanley, Vanguard,
and
Standard
Tycho
Chartered,
for
and
giving
BNY
us
Mellon,
a great
all
time
making
today. Great
headlines
page.
entering into the
Much love.
digital asset
Y'all have
space,
an
some for the
amazing rest
first
of your
time
day.
and others in a more expansive way to welcome in
Bye,
new
guys.
retail and
Thank you so
institutional
much, peace,
clients
and
and private
everyone.
wealth as
Thank you,
well.
and love
We've also
having you
had
here.
massive game-changing policy changes
Smile
across
away,
Asia,
please.
as Japan
Smile
has
away.
recently announced making Bitcoin a classified financial product in 2026. And even more bigger headlines, South Korea's Financial Services Commission has lifted its 9-year ban on corporate investments into Bitcoin and the top 20 assets by market cap across the digital asset industry, allowing for publicly traded companies and institutional corporations to begin entering into this digital asset industry in a way that we have not yet seen to date within the country. Now, in our last two parts of this webinar, we began to look at again that movement of idle or dead capital surrounding Bitcoin that today sits in products that soon can be awoken. And today's part three, we're going to continue that discussion and see what's next as we begin to see Bitcoin awaken. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our very first speaker as your host, Kyle Ellicott for the Stacks Foundation and Stacks Asia Foundation, to Medib for our opening keynote. Thank you.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing, the hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring big.
Hi everyone, Manib here, Stacks founder. I think I wanna talk about sort of like this journey of Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been around for almost like more than 15 years now. And I think we're seeing Bitcoin mature in many ways, but at the same time, there's still sort of like so much more work to do and so much more potential that Bitcoin has. And I think the biggest thing there is if you go back in history and look at sort of like the early time of Bitcoin, in the very early days, and this is even before Ethereum, there was a lot of focus on creating kind of like a Bitcoin economy, where Bitcoin is actually used. It's used as money. It's used for payments, and you're actually there are a lot of use cases in which Bitcoin is getting used and so on. And I think over time, what we've seen is sort of like this almost like a clear divide in the industry, where Bitcoin sort of like in people's minds settled on being a store of value, which is obviously one quality Bitcoin has, and having sort of like such a stable store of value in the sense that it's not dependent on anything, it has a fixed supply and so on. It's very valuable, and Bitcoin drives a lot of value from it. But I think it's missing the full picture, right? Where so going back to like this divide in the industry, where Bitcoin sort of settled in store of value, and all these other networks like Ethereum and then later Solana and others, they're the ones that are actually trying to create on-chain economies, right? They're the ones where, for Ethereum, for the longest time, they were calling it internet money and so on, because it's actually being used in DeFi for NFTs or other things. And I think there's some truth to that, like in terms of if you just look at on-chain activity and so on. So one thing that in some ways I'm a Bitcoiner, but I've sort of been disagreeing with a lot of Bitcoiners on this for a very long time, that store of value is one thing, but it's not enough, right? Like we need to go back to the original vision of a Bitcoin economy. a on-chain Bitcoin economy where Bitcoin is used in the real world. It's used in different ways, and that doesn't take away from the store of value, right? Like you can have your Bitcoin, and you might not want to sell it. You can take a loan against that, right? Or you can use it as collateral for other things. There can be Bitcoin-backed mortgages. There can be other types of DeFi activity that's all sort of like centered around Bitcoin. And I think it's a very, very sort of like a large unexplored market that stays there even today. And obviously Stacks has made a ton of progress towards that with the mainnet launch in 2021, with the Nakamoto upgrades, more recently. And I think slowly but surely, we're chipping away at that problem. And one thing that I've noticed with sort of like every bear market cycle is that when the prices go down, people actually come back more to Bitcoin because they're just unsure about all these other networks. They don't know what's going to stick around, what's not going to stick around. And Bitcoin always feels more secure, more safe, more durable. This is the thing that's going to be around. So I think the mission of Stacks sort of like stays like very, very clear. Our North Star is to create a on-chain Bitcoin economy. And we have built so many pieces of that puzzle over the years, and we've been very, very consistent. We have a track record of sort of like doing things the right way. And I think it's a very hard problem. It's a very challenging problem. You're talking about creating an economy that might be worth like trillions of dollars in the coming years. So you have to get the things right. You have to take all of these steps. And I do think that the industry is changing now. There is a very clear demand for institutions and Bitcoin holders who previously would just think of Bitcoin as it's something in the cold storage, but now they're actually looking for generating some income on it. They're looking for ways how they can have Bitcoin yield. They're looking for ways how they can go into DeFi or obviously in a way that is appropriate from a risk perspective, but that awareness is clearly there. And I think that there's a clear market shift, and that is an opportunity for Stacks to shine, and for all the different builders who are building the different pieces of that on-chain economy. It's time for them to shine as well. So I'm pretty excited about 2026, and I think Stacks is going to continue leading the way. Thank you.
GMGM. Good morning, everyone tuning in today as we talk about Bitcoin yield. We got a really short time to cover a lot of ground with some really great panelists here, so I don't want to waste a lot of time. But on this first panel, we are talking about Bitcoin yield strategies for institutional treasuries. And our panelists are not only leaders in the Stacks ecosystem, but are dedicated to expanding the opportunity of Bitcoin far and wide, truly. So because of that, Tico, Jacob, Andre, and Dylan here, let's do a quick round of introductions so we can really just dive right in. Dylan, let's start with you.
Hey everybody, I'm Dylan Floyd, the CEO and co-founder of BitFlow Labs. BitFlow is a decentralized exchange for Bitcoiners. I would say our mission is to expand Bitcoin markets, become the most widely adopted and execution layer for that kind of activity.
Amazing. Andre, let's go to you next.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Andre Serrano. I lead product for Stacks Labs. Stacks Labs builds critical infrastructure to power the on-chain Bitcoin economy, where you can actually use your Bitcoin in DeFi and smart contracts. We built products like SBTC that allows you to move your Bitcoin into decentralized applications. And we've also developed Bitcoin staking infrastructure, such as our dual stacking product that allows you to start earning yield on your Bitcoin while actually contributing to the security of the Stacks network.
Great. And Jacob.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Jacob, founder and CEO of Hermetica. At Hermetica, we're building institutional grade Bitcoin yield products. We have a Bitcoin-backed yield-bearing stablecoin that is live on Stacks, USDH, and we're about to launch our on-chain Bitcoin yield product, HBTC, in the next coming weeks. Glad to be here.
Amazing, thank you. And then rounding out our strong panel, Tico, I'll let you take it.
Absolutely, very excited to be here. Yeah, my name is Tycho. I'm co-founder of Zest Protocol, which is currently the largest DeFi protocol on Stacks in terms of TVL, and yeah, the place where people come to borrow against their SBTC or to earn yield on their SBTC. Currently around 5% yield BTC on BTC, so yield in BTC on Zest Protocol. And yeah, Zest Protocol is also next to that the place where people come to borrow against all their STX denominated assets and earn yield on STX, staked STX, and the like.
Amazing. And Tycho, I want to start with you actually here with the idea that Bitcoin treasuries are looking to move from passive holding to productive use. What's that minimum institutional bar before yield on BTC is even considered for some of these players? I know you're active in a lot of these conversations, and I think your insight here would be really great to start us off with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, next to working on Zest Protocol, I also run Bitcoin strategy for a large Bitcoin treasury company called Treasury, with a capital T, which is mainly active in Europe, right? And essentially, aiming at conquering the European market for Bitcoin treasuries. And Treasury holds about a bit over 1,000 BTC. So I've been involved in all these conversations about generating yield when Bitcoin sits on corporate balance sheets. And I would say that the main thing is, or the main sort of requirement is to essentially be able to keep custody over the BTC while it's deployed in yield generating activities, right? So these treasury companies really like option strategies for that reason, right? You can just write an option in a TradFi way, you keep the BTC, and then something will happen or not, and you squeeze out some yield. But the real exciting thing, right, which I obviously think is deploying that BTC, in an on-chain economy, and that's also where Stacks is working on some very exciting innovations in the self-custodial space, right, where people can deploy their BTC in all the great applications that we all represent here without losing custody over the underlying coins, which is just a super exciting development, and I think 2026 is going to be the year for it.
Yeah, I want to double click on this idea of deploying. And maybe Dylan, we can go to you first and then anybody else if they want to chime in as well. But across credit, options, and AMA-based flows, which strategies are institutions, actually looking to deploy and to allocate towards today? And they're not just talking about or getting in these initial conversations. Where's the action happening?
Yeah, I think a lot of the action today is happening through TradFi rails, like different equity structures you can do to increase the number of Bitcoin per share for a lot of these treasury companies. When it comes to deploying on chain, I think the number one use case today is for borrowing against that BTC. Whether you're borrowing a stablecoin, right, or a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin like Jacob has, or you're using Zest to just borrow against it, put that capital to work. I think that AMMs are just starting to emerge as a place where you can more seriously deploy BTC capital. Like yield basis is a really interesting example, where on Curve, I guess the founder of Curve created a new protocol on top where you can sort of one-click deploy your Bitcoin and then borrow an equivalent amount of stables against it. It gets put to work in an AMM, kind of reduces that risk of impermanent loss by auto rebalancing. And so you're able to capture the fees, the trading fees, and still have your exposure to Bitcoin as well. But I think it's early days on the AMM side, but mostly today on the TradFi rails and borrowing against it on chain.
That makes total sense. There's also credit, maybe Jacob or Tycho, I can throw to you. What does responsible Bitcoin credit or BTC credit look like now for institutions?
I'll let Tycho talk about credit since that's up your alley.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think what we see, right, that a lot of institutions do, or like the kind of borrowing and lending that they have available to them, is again kind of these ways where they can borrow against their BTC without losing custody over the underlying coins, right? Which is something that is obviously difficult in DeFi when you need to sort of wrap the Bitcoin first. So what you then often see is that there are sort of, certain deals happening, on the side where they get a wrap Bitcoin, but they can still keep custody over the underlying coins. That's obviously not the case with SBTC, which is very transparently, one-to-one backed. But that borrowing and lending experience is like a very good one. And I think, this is going to be the year where this experience is going to come to, to the retail investor. Right? Because there are going to be all these exciting innovations, right, on Stacks, but also broader in BTC-Fi with BitVM likely going live later this year, where essentially, it becomes much easier to hold custody over the underlying coins and essentially have that same institutional experience, but then, to bring it to the retail user as well for, as little as a couple of Satoshis. So I think that, that's going to be a very exciting development to watch and something that, we're at Zest Protocols very excited to, to bring to the broader retail audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob, I'm going to go back to you on this one. I think we've talked a little bit here about different functions, right, in which these institutional players can come in. But I want to get back to that original question of what's that first step? Where are they allocating today? What's that first entry point when you talk to an institutional player? For you, Jacob, where do you send them? What's the first steps?
Yeah, I think that as an institutional player, you're obviously very interested in understanding the risk behind any protocol or any yield product. As Tycho mentioned, a lot of them are it's very important to understand custody risk, but I think there's a number of risks that need to be underwritten. So really, the first place that I point them to is our documentation, which in extremely detailed fashion lays out the risks that need to be understood and underwritten. And those are on the infrastructure side. We're obviously using SBTC as a bridge. We're using Stacks as a node network. That has to be underwritten, understood. I think those are fundamentally very sound structures and have been time tested at this point. The other element, obviously, is smart contract and custody risk. You have to understand what are the primitives that are being built in the smart contracts. How are they designed? Is it a simple structure? Are there audits? Is the code verifiable on chain? I think those are table stakes. And then when it comes to any market strategy, there needs to be an understanding of what is the exposure to the market. Is it an option strategy? Is it a future strategy? Is it a credit strategy? And how does that strategy react to tail risk? How does that strategy react to volatility? And then lastly, I would say there's probably operational risk in any strategy that is being executed. Protocols need to be run, they need to be governed. And so that needs to be fully understood. Once the risk is understood, I think that the conversation shifts to how is the yield generated. And that needs to be something that is market driven, is structurally sound, and is sustainable over the long term. So those are conversations we have, the first entry points.
Amazing. Andre, I want to throw the same question to you, knowing that you come at this maybe from the 30,000 foot view with Stacks Labs, really thinking about the whole ecosystem and how Bitcoin can earn Bitcoin through all these different products. So for you, what standards have changed? What sort of viewpoints have changed moving into 2026? Or where would you like to move the viewpoints if they haven't?
Sure. Well, I agree with a lot of the way that Jacob framed that question. Really, what we see is that the number one thing institutions really care about, it's really an overall risk-reward calculation where it comes down to what is the ownership model of the underlying Bitcoin strategy? Does it introduce new counterparty risk? Who is ultimately custodying the underlying Bitcoin? And then secondarily, what is the yield? Where is it coming from? And is this sustainable? And so I think, at least from the Stacks Labs perspective, I'm excited for this year where we're going to start to see more trust minimized and non-custodial Bitcoin yield solutions coming to market. I do think that Bitcoin staking is going to be the entry point for a lot of institutions. And the reason for that is because staking is generally well understood, at least among crypto native institutions, because they're used to participating in Ethereum and Solana and other ecosystems. But Bitcoin has traditionally lacked this sort of native staking functionality, but it's something that Stacks is in a position to offer thanks to its proof of transfer consensus mechanism. And so we're looking to scale that out, introduce, again, non-custodial ways where you can start participating in staking and earning some amount of yield on your Bitcoin while securing the Stacks network, and then ultimately moving to more sophisticated strategies such as on-chain lending, borrowing, and other sorts of yield generation strategies as well.
Before we jump to a completely different topic, I actually want to circle back for a second on the AMM-based Bitcoin yield opportunity. Dylan, I might go back to you for this, but from a TradFi native allocator perspective here, what's the clearest way to understand AMM-based BTC yield? And honestly, like, where do they tend to underestimate the risk of it, if at all?
Well, I don't know if they're underestimating the risk of it. I think they're a little bit cautious to deploy into AMMs today. But I think, when you're trying to understand those risks, it would be, probably the smart contract risk. How long has it been live? Did they go through the proper auditing? Did they do a bug bounty program? How much TVL is in there today? Like, you maybe don't want to exceed like a certain percentage of that TVL if you're deploying capital. Those are probably a number of factors that they consider. But you're asking the right question, right? When it becomes attractive, like where does the yield come from? So this it's sort of the unique innovation with an AMM, an automated market maker, is that it removes middlemen from the equation, and you don't, we can have these contracts that are live 24/7 where you can trade between Bitcoin and other assets. So today, most markets are denominated in USD, right? I think a lot of people think that hyper Bitcoinization will just happen like that, like overnight. But my view is a little bit different. I think there's going to be this transition period where it's actually profit motivated for market makers to provide liquidity to these order books denominated in BTC for certain assets. But yeah, that transition has to be profit motivated, and the profits come from the fees that you collect on the trading activity.
You used a great word there when you're talking about this, and just the idea of it being attractive. And I actually think it's a great segue into the question of where do institutions really draw the line between, let's say, attractive yield, quote unquote, to more unacceptable risk when they're thinking about deploying BTC. I'll kind of throw this out to anybody who wants to take it, if there's anybody who has a strong opinion.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of things to consider here, right? But I think there is this Twitter account that I like quite a lot, which is called Bitcoin Yield, right? It's run by Jake, who I think we all know very well, and it sort of like ranks all the different kind of BTC yields that are available on chain, right? So these are a bit less the kind of institutional BTC yields, but more the on-chain available BTC yields. And yeah, of course, like the main thing, I guess the two main things are to consider there is like, well, A, what is the yield actually denominated in, right? Are you getting yields in BTC, or are you getting yield in some other token? And if you get yield in another token, then how volatile is that token? That's usually a thing to very seriously consider. On Stacks, we have this great consensus mechanism, right, called proof of transfer, which means that the yields are usually in BTC, right? So when you deploy BTC as BTC on dual staking in Stacks, then your yield is in BTC. The same goes when you deploy your BTC on Zest protocol. There you earn the 5% in BTC, which is like a very, very exciting thing, and something that's just very exciting about the Stacks ecosystem more broadly. And then the second thing is also like, well, do you need to convert your BTC into some other asset, right? And that's kind of the thing that you often see with AMM-based yields, right? It's like, okay, we have like BTC, maybe it's SBTC paired with another version of BTC, right? Then you have exposure to that too. Maybe you're generating, a high yield with SBTC paired with dollars, right? So now you don't have full Bitcoin exposure, right? So that's also something to check out, so those obviously will usually offer higher yields than the kind of 5% of BTC on BTC that we see on Zest protocol, but they come with different risks at the same time too. So I think those are like two very simple key things to check out, and that's also like some of these ways that the Bitcoin yield leaderboards rank these yields with of course, like, you know, Zest protocol, the 5% yield BTC of BTC usually sitting at the top there, which is something very exciting. But I'm sure that Jacob is coming for the top spot soon as well with HBTC. So yeah, we'll have some friendly competition there.
Yeah, healthy competition, right? Absolutely, I love it. I want to go in more to Tycho. You were talking about the risk of it, and I think for a lot of institutional players, there are the same risk assessments that come up in the first wave of considering a lot of this. So, Andre, I might go to you for this, but when we're thinking about that first cycle of objections that you might hear back from institutions on this, what pushes the conversation forward? What moves the needle for them? What breaks through? What have you seen in your conversations?
Yeah, I think the number one thing in my experience has been just the track record of the performance, and so institutions tend to be a little bit more risk averse if the strategy is new or hasn't been on the market for a long time. And it's one of the things that I think we found success for Stacks, having been live on the market since January of 2021. The Bitcoin staking product that I mentioned earlier has actually distributed over 4,000 Bitcoin to token holders since the network launched. So there's this 5 years of data where institutions can look at the performance of the network, and there's a reasonable confidence that it will continue to perform without any issues into the future. So I think that sort of lendiness effect is something that definitely helps institutions kind of get over the initial hump.
It makes total sense. All right, we've talked about the opportunity, we've talked about the risk. I want to talk about the proof points, the kind of like evidence-based metrics a little bit too. Jacob, when we're thinking about reporting, monitoring, any sort of on-chain proof, what is almost table stakes for institutions to find that comfort these days? Or what do you believe should be table stakes?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I think it's a moving target as an industry. We're learning what is really needed and what the table stakes are. I think today, if there is a market-based strategy, a transparency dashboard that clearly shows all the market exposure and historical performance is important. We have something like this for USDH on Hermetica. So if you go to our website and check out the dashboard, you see exactly where collateral is held. You see exactly where positions are held on the centralized exchanges that we're trading. You also see reserve fund backing and many other metrics. On top of that, you understand exactly what the historical performance looks like. To Andre's point, that it's very important to see how this strategy has performed in different market conditions, be it the 1010 flash crash or Bybit hack earlier this year or earlier last year. It is important to see the tail risks and the reaction to volatility, and that has to be clearly shown on dashboards and any transparency. The other element that I think is extremely important, and maybe not table stakes yet, but getting there, is third-party attestation, proof of reserves, and really clearly showing that the assets are there that are meant to be there, and there is a third party that is attesting to it. In our case, that's custodians. There's a lot of technology providers that are bringing these kinds of attestations on chain. And so I think that we're going into the right direction, but it really needs to be a system that is very easy to underwrite, meaning you have all the information you need and you don't have to trust one single source to have that information delivered to you.
Any additional kind of thoughts here on data metrics, Dylan? I see you come off mute. I'm going to give you a chance.
Yeah, I'll second that proof of reserves is important, but I think it's maybe not sufficient, and it's one of the reasons that I get excited about DeFi and the transparency of having this on-chain Bitcoin economy. You could have a lot of this exist where I guess TradFi companies could sort of act like as a centralized layer 2, enabling borrowing and lending, and they may offer the proof of reserves. But what if there's a deal that's that they haven't transparently shown, where they owe the BTC to somebody else, right? So the transparency that we get we benefit from with having these protocols on chain, I think will only become more and more attractive over time.
Absolutely. Speaking back to kind of this idea of attractive yield and taking the next steps, Tycho, during volatility, which BTC yield strategies would you say have proven the most resilient now, in your opinion? And where do some of these assumptions break down as far as BTC yield being, the choice? Like when we're arguing it being the choice, is there anywhere that they break down in your discussions?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to generating yield on BTC, right, there's basically broadly kind of three ways to do it, right? There's sort of option strategies, which are obviously very, very, very prone to volatility risks, right? So if BTC is very volatile, then sort of trying to squeeze yield out options can be difficult. You might end up selling your BTC for a price that's too low, or buying it for a price that's too high. Then the second way is to lend out BTC, which then also becomes a question of volatility, right? Like how solvent is the borrower? And then the third one, which is, I guess, the one that we offer on Stacks, right, or the one that we have in Zest protocol, which is like Bitcoin staking, is, I guess, like the least prone to volatility, right? Because you basically you deploy the naked BTC as BTC on Stacks. You then you deploy it in dual staking or on Zest protocol, and you just keep the exposure to the underlying BTC, and you get that up to 5% yield BTC on BTC. Whether Bitcoin is 100K, whether it's 70K, whatever it's worth. It's just at the end of the year it will be not 1 BTC but 1.05 BTC. And yeah, that's kind of the beauty of it, right? And that's, I think, why so many people like it, and why we're almost at 700 SBTC on Zest protocol today. So yeah, and that's like a really exciting way for Stacks to grow, and a really exciting way for people to onboard into BTCFi.
Amazing. So we have just one last question, but I want to make sure everybody here gets a chance to jump in on it. So I'll start with Andre and then pass it around. But over the next 12 months, over 2026, simply put, I mean, what unlocks broader institutional adoption for Bitcoin yield? If you had to filter this down to one thought, one sentence, one statement, one idea, what is it that's going to start unlocking this broader institutional adoption for BTC yield?
Sure. So I'm a product guy, so I think that is where my head tends to go on this question. I think the first thing is going to be more trustless or trust minimized infrastructure, really unlocking this self-custodial yield, limiting counterparty risk, limiting any additional trust assumptions through the Bitcoin yield product. I think improved UX is going to also play a part in this. I think that by and large, the crypto industry infrastructure has matured over the past several years, and we're moving into a year where 2026 is the year of UX, where we're going to start to see this really starting to create more simplified products that are not just made for crypto natives, but are made for the mainstream user, more simplified user base as well. And lastly, I think that with both of those things, there's a lot of education that has to go into this. I think institutions are quickly ramping up their knowledge base about the industry, but there is a lot of just frankly time that it takes to start to test these products, prove their resiliency, and become educated on the trade-offs and the risks that we've been talking about on this panel. So I think all those things are going to come together this year, and we'll start to see more institutions coming on chain in size.
Jacob, same question. What unlocks this in the next year?
Yeah, very similar outlook to Andre. I think that we're also seeing tailwind from the regulatory side. Clarity Act just this morning got announced that the Senate is passing a new draft. So there might be some interesting regulatory environment changes that will facilitate, I think, a broader adoption. But as a product company, we're obviously very keen on making the products better. And that starts on the UI UX side, but also goes into making products that really have transparency and risk controls first, and sound long-term oriented strategies with it. We're about to launch HBTC, which is our attempt to marry those two. It's going to be a fully self-custodial on-chain Bitcoin yield product that leverages really the entirety of the Stacks ecosystem. It's going to go live in the next couple of weeks, and I think will be a major unlock for the Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem in general. Quick plug here, it's going to be rolling out to our waitlist only. So if you want to be part of that, head over to hermetica.fi and sign up and wait for our next emails.
Amazing. I'll be waiting. We'll go to Dylan next.
let's see. So far, we have better products, right? We have better like regulatory environment that makes it more favorable and more clear to be able to operate in the space. I would say maybe another factor that's going to make a big difference is you have to have some risk takers who are comfortable deploying into DeFi protocols that are like not only attractive from a yield perspective, but have proven that they have these long-term sustainable and safe models. If you're trying to increase like the BTC per share, and you do the same thing as everyone else, you know, like that's not a super great competitive advantage. But if you're willing to, you know, sort of be out there on the risk curve and find the protocols that are safe and that build things the right way and are very transparent, then I think you'll be rewarded for doing so.
Tycho, we'll go to you.
Yeah. So what was the question exactly?
Over the next 12 months, what is that breakthrough for you, kind of simplified into just a couple sentences, that brings institutions to BTC yield?
Yeah, I think it's well, for one, like obviously the yield itself, right, that we have today, but then like what's really sort of going to, you know, unlock the next phase of adoption, right, from kind of like the early experimenters to, you know, something like the early majority, is I think going to really be the self-custodial, you know, BTC yields, right, where you can essentially lock the BTC in your wallet. And then, yeah, basically generate yield on it without sort of losing custody over the underlying coins. I think that's going to be a super exciting development in 2026, right? We'll likely see BitVM go live. We'll see some very exciting things happening on Stacks as well, not just as a result of BitVM, but also just all the technical innovations that are surging ahead. And yeah, that's just like, you know, I think what's really going to onboard like the next wave.
I'm hearing product, I'm hearing clarity, and I'm hearing education in all these, and I love it as a marketer. It makes me excited for this ecosystem in 2026 and getting deeper into the institutional side of things. Tico, Jacob, Andre, Dylan, thank you so much for taking the time to untap your expertise on this subject as we try to untap Bitcoin for yield strategies.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing the AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is a thrill to be here and to take on our second panel. We're going to switch into the DeFi, the decentralized finance side of our webinar series, and specifically around infrastructure and talking about liquidity, risks, and execution, all the fun stuff. We get to talk about the things that everyone wants to talk about, but may not talk enough about. And today we're going to dive deep into that. I'm joined by three outstanding panelists. You all know me from my introduction earlier. Gentlemen, let's get a quick 2-second introduction on each of you. Dylan, I'm going to start with you. You've already been on a panel, so it should be short and sweet. And then Jacob, and lastly, Yuri.
Hey everybody, good to see you again. Great to be here. I'm Dylan, the co-founder of Bitflow Finance. We are building the best decentralized exchange for Bitcoin, and to be able to trade your BTC and USDC and other assets, and pass it on over to Jacob.
Yeah, hey everybody, Jacob, founder and CEO of Hermetica. At Hermetica, we're building Bitcoin yield products. We have our Bitcoin-backed USDH stablecoin out there and are about to launch HBTC, our self-custodial Bitcoin yield. Great to be on the panel with you guys.
Hi, I'm Yuri. I'm head of product at Swike. We are one of the infrastructure providers on Stacks, and yeah, I've been part of a panel in the past year, and yeah, our roots lie in the Bitcoin ecosystem, being one of the largest Bitcoin miners in Europe. So yeah, excited to be on here.
Yuri, that's the perfect introduction I want to follow right up on and kind of set the stage for today's conversation. We've talked a lot about in the past Bitcoin DeFi or BTC Fi, and haven't gotten much in depth around the infrastructure. But in your opinion, having been a part of that side of the industry for so long, all the way dating back on the mining side, what's fundamentally different today compared to even a year ago? You know, looking at the end of 2024, beginning of 25, to now here at the beginning of 2026, what in your mind has changed over the last 1 year?
I would just generally say everything is much more mature on the infrastructure side, but also specifically Bitcoin DeFi. I would say Bitcoin DeFi is something super novel, and the first time this term has become relevant was in early 2024. Now we are in early 2026, so the infrastructure around what we have been talking about since early 2024, late 2023 is now finally here. We got some, so we basically moved from the experimental phase to real primitives. Bitcoin staking is now possible. We also have a lot of credible L2s around, including stacks, of course, and much more bridging technology. We have a clear stablecoin roadmap. So yeah, if we just compare it to 1 year ago, it's very mind-blowing. But if we zoom out and look back from where we have come from, early 2024, late 2023, it's just mind-blowing how fast the space has moved on that front.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Stats I've thrown out before. I mean, we go from 300 million in TVL at the end of 23, 6.5 billion and active at the end of 24, and here in the beginning of 25, 26, we're almost to 10 billion. We've got 12% of all BTC supply already active. Currently sitting, I should say, in publicly traded vehicles along with staking. So much activity. Dylan, Jacob, both of you on the building side have seen this infrastructure, to Yuri's point, really flourish over the last 2 years, building both your respective products. Jacob, I'm going to start with you. What, in your opinion, further has changed in the last year?
Yeah, great question. I mean, for us, there's a lot of very interesting developments that actually allow us to now launch a product like HBTC. The main building blocks for that are a robust bridging technology like HBTC that is decentralized and permissionless, that does allow us to bring native Bitcoin into a smart contracting environment. So that's a major unlock there. SBTC went live a little bit over a year ago and had over 5,000 Bitcoin in it. So it has proven to be a system that is resilient and robust and we can build on top of. Apart from that, we now see a DeFi ecosystem, DeFi infrastructure that is a lot more mature. We have companies like Zest, like Bitflow, that allow us to swap, to lend, and do a lot of the key primitives on chain. And again, they also have been live for several years now, have seen major inflows and liquidity, and therefore are primitives that can be built on top of. And lastly, obviously, this is tooting my own horn, but we have yield sources that are reliable and have proven to generate sustainable market-driven yield like USDH. And so if you put all of these together, you actually end up with an ecosystem that allows to build the next generation of yield products, which HBTC is going to be.
You beat me to the punch. I was just about to ask you about stablecoins, but you already covered it, so we'll come back later. Dylan, anything else further to add on your side of what you've seen evolve over the last year?
Yeah, huge to be able to bring USDC to Stacks with X Reserve. To have that here, to have the easy entry points from stable coins as well as from native Bitcoin. Like those are key components to, they're the key building blocks that you have to create this on-chain Bitcoin economy. One of the things that is going to be a major improvement, if you're just taking a look at the landscape of the Bitcoin layer 2s, most of them use like these legacy AMMs like the Uniswap V2. So we spent a lot of time this past year building out something with feedback from market makers that is like very much institution grade level precision for order book style market making. And yeah, it's the best thing we've ever built. So I'm excited to share it with everybody. In many ways, it's like 800, or I guess in a very quantifiable way, it's like 800x better than like the traditional Uniswap P2 in terms of slippage. But in other ways, like infinitely better because it unlocks paths for other protocols to grow as well. So yeah, a combination of these things. And I would say as well, like SIP31 on Stacks is pretty huge. Creating a war chest where you can really build up build up some of the TVL and some of these strategic protocols where the flywheel really starts to get going. Once there's that initial bootstrap, liquidity is going to be huge. So I'm bullish.
Dylan, you tease it out. Now I have to ask. So whether you are allowed to talk about it or not, this new product you said is 800x better, focuses on improving slippage. And a question for you and Jacob is, what does good execution look like when it comes to BTC Fi or Bitcoin DeFi? We've seen a lot of these improvements that all three of you mentioned over the last year, but where does slippage, latency, and even fragmentation still create challenges? Or what is being done to overcome some of those areas of challenge we've seen in the past?
I can touch briefly on the slippage side. If you're working with one of those legacy style AMMs, you have to have a ratio of like 800 times your trade size in TVL. Like that's how much liquidity you have to have in order to keep slippage below 0.5%. That's really bad. And Jacob and I talked a lot about how the slippage is going to impact his product. So that's why concentrated liquidity is such a big improvement, and will even enable 0% slippage inside of like the current active trading bin. But overall, much lower slippage. Your liquidity basically goes much further. It's much more efficient, and the yield is higher. And when you're talking about the interoperability, I think it's great to see that Stacks is working with Wormhole as well to be able to make it easy for WBTC to flow to Stacks or CVBTC to flow into these yield strategies.
Yeah, just to double click on the liquidity and slippage side, I think that it's really like a sign of maturity to get technologies like Dylan's new swap facilities that allow for very cheap and fast execution. At the end of the day, the UX is a critical component of bringing institutions and individuals on chain. And it has been historically not the best, right? Especially on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is very slow. It's very expensive. It's really sometimes very difficult to work with. But the Stacks ecosystem has matured to a point where you have 2-second block times. You will have very efficient swapping facilities, deep liquidity on a money market. And so if you put those together, you really get to a product that is seamless, secure, and cheap, and that allows a whole new set of yield products and new institutional products to come online.
And speaking of maturity, Yuri, I want to come down to you again. You and the team have a lot of history in this industry, and as I noted, there's about 12% of total Bitcoin supply sitting idle right now in financial products and ETFs, treasury companies, and the like. We also have a lot of staking infrastructure that's powered by retail and a little bit of institution. While that's growing, what still needs to exist, whether that be operationally or technically, before institutions recognize some of the maturity that all three of you have mentioned and start to begin to treat Bitcoin DeFi as deployable infrastructure and even as an allocation method if they're in one of these financial products, for instance?
Yeah, I would generally say one thing that has become very clear from the conversations that we had is that these institutions that are holding large amounts of Bitcoin also want to see reliable exit strategy. So when a lot of serious stuff hits the fence, I would say, people really tend to prefer having an airbag in place. And this is something that isn't mapped out that perfectly now. So I think this is like the number one thing that bigger Bitcoin holders are looking for is a reliable exit strategy. What we are seeing already is that
Yuri, sorry, just to interrupt. Just to clarify, when you say an exit strategy, are you talking about risk mitigation and risk protections, or an actual exit
yes,
that they're able to jump out? Okay, just wanted to
yes, risk
clarify for our
protection.
audience as well. Cool.
Yes,
Okay, sorry,
risk
continue.
protections. Yeah, risk protections generally that on a protocol level that they are kind of insurances for these holders that they say, okay, for example, a DPEG is happening. How can I manage to retrieve my my Bitcoin position as fast as possible? Should not basically experience a Terra style scenario once again.
It makes sense. And Dylan, Jacob, anything that you're seeing furthermore in the institutions that you're speaking with, I'm sure there's conversations popping up around things like smart contracts and audits, security infrastructure. I think what Yuri brings up, that risk mitigation, that risk profile, has been heavily discussed or asked for, and maybe not yet publicized as much as we want to here today. So what are you guys seeing when you're talking to institutions? Are they asking for certain areas? Again, smart contracts, liquidity, slippage, transparency in some kind of way or another.
Yeah, I think it's all the above. I think an institution worth their salt is primarily focused, as Yuri mentioned, on risk mitigation and really underwriting all the risk factors. We have taken this to heart. Our documentation is very explicit and extensive around all the risks that need to be underwritten. I think that is table stakes and should be table stakes. Frankly, it's not today, but it should be. Those range from infrastructure risk, smart contract custody risk, operational risk, market and strategy risk, and then there's many general risks that need to be underwritten. So there's a lot there to unpack. I think we need to, as an industry, really understand those better. I think the point of exit strategy is very important. What is the worst case? How does a strategy react to tail risk and volatility? And how can that be mitigated, managed, and can lead to very safe unwinds? Are all important conversations we're having with institutions right now.
Dylan.
Yeah, I think we got our start when a lot of stuff was blowing up in 2022. So sustainability and durability has like always been sort of the heart of what we're trying to build. We want to build something that'll last as long as Bitcoin. We want to give institutions faith that it'll, it has a chance to actually do that. So that's why like a lot of the yield, it's the real yield type product. There's no, when you think about smart contract risk for what we built as a DEX, there's separation of liquidity for all the different pools. And there's like no backdoors built in where, even if we wanted to for any reason, we would ever be able to move your capital. We just don't have any access to do that. So going through the audits, multiple audits to verify this, those assumptions and what we built, providing guarantees on a certain level of uptime for the endpoints that they might need to trade. And yeah, reliability of the data as well. These are all critical components that we've been discussing with the market makers we've been onboarding for the past 2 months.
And a question for all three of you. Dylan, you brought up liquidity. There's always a question of, where does the yield come from? And now more so from institutions, where does the liquidity come from? And curious for all three of you on the BTC-Fi side or the Bitcoin DeFi side, where do you believe liquidity is striving? Where is it coming from right now? Is it from native Bitcoin holders that are looking to participate and earn some kind of yield, or take loans and use their BTC as collateral? We saw JP Morgan just mention in headlines that they're going to start accepting Bitcoin as collateral. Is it stablecoin flows? We're now seeing stablecoin flows at an all-time high. Or is it cross-chain capital with some protocols being built on EVM or even SVM on the Solana side as well? But for all three of you, where do you think Bitcoin liquidity is coming from in today's environment?
I would say, as you portrayed it quite perfectly here, it's a hybrid. Like in the early days, it was predominantly just synthetic products, so wrapped BTC, like I think it was like 95% of everything. And now with more products that launched, especially stablecoins, I think the liquidity moves more and more towards native Bitcoin, a little bit more hesitantly, but surely. And then stablecoins will have, I believe, a huge impact on the overall liquidity ratio here, because native Bitcoin is usually an asset that people treat very, very carefully when it comes to locking it into pools or locking into all sorts of yield products. But curious what Jacob and Dylan are thinking about this.
Jacob, Dylan, anything to add?
No, I think that I agree that it's a hybrid. It's all the above. I think that a lot of native. I can talk to what we're seeing. We're seeing stablecoin flows, obviously, with our stablecoin product. Those are mainly coming from cross-chain capital, so stablecoins, USDC, USDT on Ethereum, and other chains that are flowing into Bitcoin DeFi. I think we have a lot more work to do there, but I think the infrastructure is in place to attract that. And the obviously big liquidity pool are native Bitcoin holders. There's a lot of them. A lot of them are very interested in yield. We're talking to a number of large institutions, staking providers that are really sitting on a mountain of Bitcoin that wants to earn yield. And I think that flow has only just started. It's the very, very beginning of it. And so we're very excited about that.
Yeah.
Would you say, Jacob, sorry, Dylan, Jacob, would you say that might be one of the biggest unlocks for next year? Or excuse me, this year in 2026, that the stablecoin and the larger institutions coming in as one of the big unlocks for BTC-Fi?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we're building against. That's what the thesis is for Hermetica and our products. And I think we are already seeing that happening, but, you know, first inning, second inning. And so there's a major wave, I think, that we can ride.
Thank you. Dylan, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. I would add that it's actually not that hard to get a BTC USD pair with enough liquidity that it's, you know, competitive in like the top 3 or 4, like anywhere on chain. I think you only need about 20 million to do that. And so, you know, I think Stacks has done very well bringing a lot of BTC to the L2 already. Zest was on a previous panel. I think they have more BTC deposited than a lot of the other L2s just by themselves. But from the AMM perspective, yeah, we're fortunate to have, I guess, SIP 31 to sort of bootstrap that initial amount, and then attracting additional capital looks like, you know, demonstrating with one market maker, hey, you know, these guys are doing well. They're market making this pair. It's like, you know, you should be considering these quotes and your own trading bots and ARB strategies. And so it's a very achievable path to actually get to that level if you've built the right infrastructure and built it, you know, built it the right way.
Dylan, that said, what do you think is the single biggest unlock for BTC-Fi in 2026?
Well, I'm going to say concentrated liquidity that we're building, but it could also be something like BitVM. It's easy to get Bitcoin into a system. It's, you know, trickier to get it back out, and I think the whole space is going to benefit from that.
Thank you. Yuri, same question.
Actually, I can just stress what Dylan just said. I think concentrated liquidity on Bitcoin is a huge thing, but besides that, distribution over everything, I think we can do much better by integrating all of these amazing products into custodial solutions, into wallets, etc. And I think if we move on that front as well, I think 2026 is going to be a super sweet year for the ecosystem.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Yuri, Jacob, Dylan. Appreciate all the insights and diving into the depths of the DeFi infrastructure surrounding Bitcoin DeFi. That's it. We'll turn it over to you, Kate.
Alrighty. We're good to go. So thank you everybody for tuning in for our final panel of the day. I'm Kate. I lead content at Stacks Labs, and I'm going to be moderating our panel talking about how funds are deploying Bitcoin across different yield pathways. So we're going to get into what happens after holding Bitcoin, how funds are actually deploying Bitcoin today, and what a best-in-class looks like for productive Bitcoin strategies over the next year. So I'm joined by Tycho. He was on one of our panels earlier this morning, and Jacob. So if you guys want to, just give a quick intro of who you are, what you're up to in the space, and then we can jump into our conversation. Tycho, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very, very excited to be here. Take a second time today, and talking about all these exciting Bitcoin yield and BTC5 topics. But yeah, to briefly introduce myself, my name is Tycho, and I'm really focused on this question of how to turn Bitcoin from an idle asset into productive capital. Of course, very, very active in the Stacks ecosystem as co-founder of Zest Protocol, which is like the largest DeFi protocol on Stacks by measured by TVL, right? Currently holding around 700 SBTC. That's generating about 5% yield on Stacks through the dual stacking mechanism. And then alongside that, I'm also head of Bitcoin strategy for Treasury with capital T, which is an emerging Bitcoin treasury company based in Europe. So essentially, bringing the strategy / MetaPlanet playbook to the euro-denominated markets. And Treasury holds about 1,000 BTC. So obviously, there see a lot when it comes to the Bitcoin yield landscape.
Amazing. Yeah, it'll be great to have your insights with your experience working with capital T Treasury. That's a really awesome position to be in. Jacob, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're working on, what's exciting you.
Yeah, happy to be here. I am Jacob Brown. Work at a couple places. I work at Bitflow doing strategy and operations there. We're the #1 DEX on Stacks, and we're trying to build out capital markets in Bitcoin. And so that includes DEXs, concentrated liquidity, pools, all that. I'm also the head of research and content at bitcoinyield.com, which is looking at all of the yield strategies, mostly on-chain, the risk profiles, where the yield comes from, all those questions to kind of remove the opaqueness of how to put BTC to work. So yeah, it's a couple of things I do.
Awesome. Well, we are stacked on this panel then. So let's get into it. We're looking at Bitcoin treasuries move from pure cold storage to thinking about how to make this asset Bitcoin on their balance sheet more active. So what do you guys think is actually pushing this change right now? Do you think it's market conditions? Is it investor expectations, infrastructure, something else? Interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's really, it's primarily kind of coming from the market, right? Because essentially what these Bitcoin treasury companies do, or what their main reason for existence is to be able to grow Bitcoin per share for their shareholders. Right? So today, right, say strategy has a certain amount of BTC per share, and what Michael Saylor is trying to do every day is trying to grow that amount of BTC per share. Now, these companies were trading at massive premiums, right, earlier this year. I mean, it was kind of like the summer of Bitcoin treasuries. Saylor was trading at a 2 to 2.5x premium. Maybe MetaPlanet in Japan touched maybe around a 10x premium, right, with their stock compared to their Bitcoin holdings. And many sort of smaller treasury companies that were trading publicly, saw crazy premiums as well. And when you trade at these premiums, it's very easy to grow Bitcoin per share. You just issue more stock and you buy Bitcoin. It's almost as simple as that. But everyone knew that at some point was going to become more difficult, right? Or market conditions would become more difficult. That would basically prohibit that from being a sensible strategy. And it kind of shifted more to something that Saylor now calls digital credit, which is essentially creating these kind of credit instruments for TradFi to get exposure to Bitcoin, but basically in like in a yielding format, and then the proceeds from that issuance of credit are basically being used to fuel Bitcoin purchases, and that's going quite well. For strategy, MetaPlanet in Japan is doing that as well. And to command like a premium to the underlying Bitcoin holdings, that's kind of what's required, this kind of strategy. But I'm sure there's a lot of other strategies as well, right, that can be pursued, or a digital credit strategy can be pursued alongside another like yield bearing strategy, right? Like, for example, like that's kind of where Bitcoin L2s can be very interesting, right? Like stacks, or other ways, right, to generate yield, maybe through an operating business, through doing some kind of running some kind of business essentially that generates income in BTC. I mean, the full design space is there out in the open, but yeah, it's all about generating income and generating real business activity to fuel the next phase of Bitcoin adoption.
Awesome. So I guess once a fund does decide, yes, we want to deploy Bitcoin, the next question is obviously, where should we deploy? What pathways do you guys think are realistically on the table or are most exciting for an institution to deploy? So I'm thinking around lending, structured products, liquidity provision. Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Jacob looks at this really, every single day, tracking all the different yield options out there. So we'd love to hear from Jacob.
Yeah, so I guess it's probably good to clarify up top that I take a broad definition of what a Bitcoin treasury is. So the current kind of like common parlance is like publicly traded, regulated securities. And that comes with all kinds of handcuffs of what they can and can't do. And so typically the BTC is like a foundation asset. You put it on the balance sheet, you don't typically use it, and then you use other liabilities and equities to kind of monetize Bitcoin per share. And what Tycho said is great for what with that going on there. On the private side, so like if I look at like if SpaceX is holding BTC, what can they do? That it's much more open range. And so on DeFi, you can get much higher yields. You're obviously taking on much more risk. I see them as a spectrum of risk first, because the number one rule is don't lose your BTC, and so it's capital protection. And so I think self-custodial staking of things like Babylon for low-ish yield is relatively safe, and that's going to be in like 0.05 right now to 0.5, depending on the example. Lightning is also pretty interesting, where you can put up capital to route payments and take a piece. The big question there is scale. None of those scale because Lightning is demand constrained right now. And then as you said, Kate, as you go up the stack, you can get into more risky things like LPing into pools, where you can easily earn high double-digit yields, but you're going to subject yourself to a lot of volatility, maybe impermanent loss. So yeah, those are probably the big ones, is staking and liquidity are like the big two.
Are you guys seeing treasuries really segment their stacks then? So, they'll have a portion of their Bitcoin untouchable, that's their core reserves, and then they have a little bit where they can experiment with DeFi. Do you see them kind of breaking up their Bitcoin stack like this?
Yeah, I'd be curious your perspective, Tycho, because on the public side, I know this a little less well, but on the private side, it seems like most just hold it as like get the compounding growth rate, don't mess with things. And then like 90, 10, 80, 20, they'll take some of their stack and go try and get like 5% yields. But in the public side, what does that look like?
Yeah, when it comes to, I guess, public companies generating yield on their BTC, right, or some sort of Bitcoin income strategy, right? You see that like strategy, so formerly MicroStrategy, they don't do anything. Saylor said in one of the earnings calls that it's something they could consider, right, or it's something that they could do potentially when they trade below like the 1 mNAV multiple, right? So below when the stock trades below the amount of Bitcoin that they hold, which hasn't happened, so we haven't really seen anything there. However, Metaplanet in Japan, right, they've really pioneered like a really big Bitcoin income generation strategy, and they also announced their results, which were double-digit millions, I think, in Q4 that they earned from the strategy. And yeah, primarily what they do is that they essentially they do option strategies, right? And then primarily focused on buying BTC, which is interesting because then Bitcoin treasuries are kind of exist to buy BTC. So if you use an option strategy that's focused on buying BTC, then the worst thing that can happen is that you buy the BTC a bit too expensive, right? Which is like, okay, that's lost yield potentially, but for a Bitcoin treasury company like MetaPlanet, that's kind of okay, right? So it's like better than losing the Bitcoin. But yeah, so that's kind of like what's been done, right, by the big public treasuries. So that's admittedly not that much, but specifically in the more competitive markets, right? So specifically in the US market, I think we're going to see like a lot of different ways that treasuries are going to generate yield on their BTC, and most likely also something more on the DeFi side, right? I think there's a big sort of potential there for, say, a treasury to come in, and like specifically in the US, where you really need to differentiate yourself to have a very strong market narrative, to come in and say, hey, we are focused on Bitcoin DeFi, or we're focused on these other things. Because if you really break it down, generating yield on BTC, you could only really do it in three ways, right? You could do something with options, you could lend out BTC, or you can do DeFi activity, stake the Bitcoin, essentially that. So there aren't that many flavors out there. Of course, within those, there's a lot of different things you can do. But those are sort of broadly the three ways to generate yield on BTC. And I think in the current market environment, and specifically also on US markets, I think we're in to see some exciting experimentation.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we know earning Bitcoin or earning yield on your Bitcoin is what gets people's attention, but it's also where bad decisions can be made, and there is such thing as too much of a good thing. So from your guys' perspective, when you're looking at different yield pathways or different structures for generating yield, is there any immediate red flags where that's probably not a good direction to deploy my Bitcoin, or any yield ranges that feel way too risky?
Well, anything double digits is immediately a red flag. It doesn't mean it's a no-go immediately, but it's proceed with extreme caution. And I think that the biggest thing that's coming online right now, and it's going to be increased with Babylon just raised $15 million from A16Z and other partners to build out trustless vaults. And vaults are, you lock your Bitcoin. In these examples, you also get an exit path, which is fantastic. But the vault is a black box. And so what you're going to see over time is that curators, or what strategy they're doing and how transparent they are once you're in that box, is going to be really important. And so I think the next big step that we need to figure out is kind of like with proof of reserves and proof of liabilities, where you want to know what's happening on chain with those holdings. These vault curators are going to advertise high APYs, and they're going to say they're doing XYZ things, but you're going to want ideally on-chain contracts or dashboards that are going to track against that if they're selling higher APYs, which as they compete, they're going to do that.
Yeah, and so when you're talking about black box, you just mean lack of transparency?
Yeah, you put your money into the box, and then it does things and gets you yield. And depending how transparent it is, it's up to the curator.
Yeah. Tycho, do you have any thoughts on this? Anything that would raise a red flag for you?
Yeah, I think when it comes to generating yields on chain, right, I'm just very, very, very proud and very excited about 5% SBTC on SBTC yields, right? So it's BTC on BTC on Zest protocol. I think kind of consistently ranked as one of the top BTC on BTC yields on Bitcoin yield, right? So that's like the little collaboration that we've got going on this panel together. But yeah, I mean, the results speak for themselves, and that obviously comes from the Bitcoin staking that Stacks powers, right, with dual staking. And yeah, when it comes with like why that yield on Zest protocol is so unique, right, or why it's so interesting, is that, well, for one, it's BTC on BTC, right? So your yield is denominated in BTC, whereas often with DeFi yields, you get yield in tokens, right, that are different from BTC on other networks, and then you have to sell those tokens, but maybe you're quoted a certain APY, and then by the time that you receive tokens, right, as a result of the yield, then the token might be worth less, and then the APY is actually less than what was advertised, which is something that just happens, right? Very, very often. So that is not the case, right, on Stacks and on Zest protocol. And then the second thing to look out for with these yields is that, you know, often the higher yields require pairing of assets, right? So it's usually some BTC and say some USDC to put it on a DEX pair to provide liquidity for people who trade these assets. Yields there can be quite high, but then again, you know, you need to, it's not just BTC, there's now also, you know, USD exposure involved. And that's something to also then keep track of. There can be impermanent loss, right? If people essentially use those assets to trade, there can be, you know, it can be the case that you get a bit less BTC back and a bit more USD when you withdraw the funds in the end. So there's sort of much more that goes into the equation there, right? So whereas like the yields on Stacks, right, or specifically the 5% yield on Zest protocol is just, you know, BTC in, BTC out, sort of very, very simple, right? So it doesn't require the pairing of BTC with STX or the pairing of BTC with a stablecoin. So I think those two things are pretty important to look at when evaluating different opportunities.
Makes total sense. And obviously yield is only part of the decision that funds need to think of. In practice, a lot of deals actually die on operational friction rather than just the economics. So what kind of operational requirements matter most before deploying Bitcoin? Do you think it's custody setup? Is it reporting capabilities, auditability? Sort of what blocks a fund from actually deploying their Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think in large part when it comes to the kind of more, you know, regulated institutions, right, or like, you know, funds or Bitcoin treasury companies, right, or these players, right. Also having these conversations from the Stacks perspective, which, you know, I've had really, you know, many of them over the past years, is that, you know, usually these players are not used to losing custody over the coins, right? Of course, SBTC is, you know, non-custodial. I mean, you can always, you know, withdraw your SBTC and get back to the underlying BTC. But when you mint SBTC, you know, you essentially send your BTC away to, you know, an address that's controlled by the Stacks validators, and you can permissionlessly, you know, get it back. But the way that these funds often deploy is that they actually just keep the underlying Bitcoin, right? And they maybe put it in some sort of segregated account that they can still control, right? So in some segregated address. But then they still get like the underlying, you know, wrapped asset kind of minted on the other side. And yeah, that's like, you know, I think the really sort of institutional grade or gold standard way to generate yield on BTC. And that's like likely something that's going to come to Bitcoin L2s as well in 2026, right? So BitVM is going live, which sort of enables this experience to also come to Bitcoin L2s. I mean, Jacob already mentioned the Trustless Vault infrastructure, right? It's not just Babylon working on that, but like a lot of different teams are working on this kind of infrastructure. I would love to see it on Stacks as well, that you can just like keep custody over the underlying BTC and, you know, borrow on Zest protocol while your Bitcoin is still in your wallet, for example. And yeah, so that sort of really upgrade of, you know, the way that that moving Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem works, I think is going to be a very important one, because institutions already do it this way, and yeah, with tech we can make it scalable to bring this to your everyday user as well, and basically, you know, people like you and me.
Yeah, I would say on the on-chain side, it's something like if you're doing staking or like you're on Zest, it's largely a set it forget it yield strategy. So the biggest fear there is just like, you know, tracking your position, key management, those are big ones. Once you go into the more high yield ones, like concentrated liquidity, you need to track your positions in real time to get the highest yield. And so being able to have that real time data is super crucial.
Yeah, nice. What do you guys think is one of the most challenging parts for a fund who's looking to get into a yield strategy? Do you think it's actually deploying into the strategy, managing it over time, or exiting the strategy if things get a little bit volatile?
It's a good question. I think it's really, it maybe even starts before that, and it's kind of to get comfortable with the strategy at first. Because I think once someone is comfortable with it, then it kind of, it just kind of goes, right? It's the same as, when we just launched S protocol, we just have SBTC enabled as an asset there. You can earn yield on it, and then slowly over time that amount compounds. Other people put a little bit, and then they put it there for a couple of months. They sort of see the yield come in. They're like, okay, like we get comfortable with this, and they sort of increase their exposure. And yeah, so I think it's a lot about that. So it's a lot about education, right? It's a lot about doing these kind of webinars. It's a lot about talking to people. It's a lot about going out there to conferences, right? I believe Maniv and Kyle are somewhere in Switzerland right now, right? Talking to everyone about like the potential of stacks and generating Bitcoin yields. And so it's actually like mostly about that, because then when it really comes down to generating the yield itself, it's it's a couple clicks, and then you're there. So it's really that education piece, and that dipping your toes piece. And so yeah, in that way, I think we live a bit in the future, right? We've already tried all these things. We know how it works, but not everyone out there does yet.
Do you think there's something funds often get wrong when they move their Bitcoin from just holding it to deploying it? Because they're both very different muscles, holding Bitcoin, deploying it. So yeah, what's one thing that you think funds should know up front in advance?
Yeah, I think it's I would say the yields that you can get on chain are much more transparent than anything that maybe like a fund would be used to in a traditional finance setting, right? Like I mean, we are very used to these instruments, but I think a lot of we've never really interacted with getting yield through a fixed income instrument or something like that. Maybe through some treasury yield or something in a bank account, but that's it. But if you look at this kind of corporate credit or these kind of yield instruments, right? They're really cumbersome. You only get your yield maybe once a month, maybe once a quarter. You need to wait for the quarterly reporting to know what's going on, right? Whereas here you can just see the money trickle in. You can always see where it is. You can go on the blockchain, right, to check out where the assets are. So yeah, it's really like a big leap in transparency, and yeah, it's just something to check out and get comfortable with, and sort of be blown away by the future of finance.
Amazing. Jacob, do you have any thoughts on this? Because my next question will be more about different yield products, but yeah, if you have anything that you've noticed that you would kind of give funds a warning about before they start to deploy, let me know.
No, I agree with Tycho. I think the biggest thing I see them get wrong mostly is that they over-index on DeFi as pure risk. And I think DeFi is actually maturing quite a bit. It's not without risk, and there's a lot of them that stack compared to going to staying in self-custody. But the tools for tracking are getting better. Exit pathways back to L1 are coming online now. So like overall, and smart contracts are getting more and more battle tested. So I'd say they think DeFi is just like not worth it, and I think dipping your toe in slowly is high leverage, especially long term.
Yeah, this flows great into the next question, which is really around Bitcoin native DeFi versus wrapped Bitcoin. So where do you see new opportunities come in, and where do you see the risks move to with sort of on-chain native DeFi?
Yeah, I'm of two minds about this, because one, like everyone talks about custodian risk, and if I look at the market, it's companies historically, the BlockFi's, Associates, that they've done poorly. The BitGos and the Coinbases have done phenomenal since they've launched, and so as custodians of wrapped assets, it's unclear actually how much risk is there, but it's also unclear how much the market is holding back reservation when it comes to like BTC whales or people that have it in self-custody, that if they had a better alternative, would they deploy into these native tools if they had an exit path? So to me, I'm not exactly sure. it's possible that even with those tools, a lot of people would just do the same thing, which is they'll deploy into the similar strategies, and they'll be scared about the smart contract risk, even if we have DeFi native tools. So I'm unsure. What about you, Taika?
Yeah, I mean, talking about the DeFi. What was the question exactly?
Yeah, it's sort of where do new opportunities show up in Bitcoin native DeFi versus where do the risks move to? So it's sort of comparing DeFi and stacks really to like a centralized sort of wrapped Bitcoin. So just comparing new opportunities versus risks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the opportunity on stacks is still very large, right? I mean, there's about 5% yield BTC on BTC, which is like a completely unique thing, right? That Jacob will also echo from the Bitcoin yield side. And that opportunity exists because it's still quite early. When there's like tens of thousands of BTC going around on stacks, then those yields obviously compress. But yeah, today, like it's actually it's a bit of a kind of quote unquote promotional period, right? It's as simple as just moving BTC to SBTC on stacks and collecting a yield, putting it on a DeFi protocol, very sort of like vanilla one-sided liquidity type of things. And so it's like it's a great time to get involved and yeah, like obviously these yields will compress when the ecosystem gets larger.
All right, gentlemen. Well, this is my final question of our panel. And to close it out, I want to look ahead. So a year from now, I think some treasuries will clearly look more mature than others. What do you guys think will define a best-in-class productive Bitcoin treasury? Do you think it's higher yield, stronger risk controls, simple execution, something else? Would love to hear what you think.
Yeah, I can answer very simple. I think a very for one, having a yield strategy on Bitcoin, having a real income strategy on Bitcoin that generates real BTC return. I think that's something that most passive BTC holders don't have today. So at least having something in place, maybe it earns 50 basis points, maybe it earns 1%. I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I think for me, going back to the two buckets of public versus private, the public side is, are they growing Bitcoin per share? And I think simplicity is going to rule here. So you'll probably see some treasury companies trying to do a bunch of things, and a clean narrative and a strong team is going to be the thing that wins there. On the private side, because they can deploy capital more aggressively, being able to like get close to that double-digit yield safely, I think it's going to be what's deemed as best in class. So like, you can go to Zest and get 5% right off the top. Fantastic. So being able to have that be the baseline and then compete upwards off of that, I think it's going to be where the lines are drawn for the private side.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for joining me on here. I think last year was the year of the Bitcoin treasury companies. This year is the year of the productive Bitcoin treasury companies. But I thank you both so much for your insight. That was really enjoyable. Great conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for taking part in our part 3 of this Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar series, The Institutional Shift. And as I noted in the beginning, kicking us off, this 3-part series began to look at how Bitcoin is moving from a passive reserve asset to a productive yield-generating asset class. And each of our sessions throughout the 3 individual parts covers all of the individual pieces and lays a foundation for what's to come in 2026. And to recap today, we talked about everything from Bitcoin yield strategies for institutional treasuries, as we have around 12% of that total Bitcoin supply, or 2.5 million BTC, sitting idle currently in financial products and ETFs, along with treasury co's. We also talked about DeFi infrastructure and the evolution of BTC-Fi when it comes to liquidity and risk mitigation. And lastly, you just heard from Kate and her panel around the productive Bitcoin treasury and how funds deployed in Bitcoin across yield generating pathways will open up an entire new world for us, not just in 2026 on the foundation that was laid last year, but for many years to come. That said, we thank you all for tuning in to this webinar series, and we look forward to joining us at the Stacks Town Hall later at the end of this month. I'm your host, Kyle Ellicott. Everyone take care. Have a good day, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be tuning in. Take care.
All right, my friends, that was some awesome stuff. Lots of content, lots of great conversation, lots of things to be excited about on Stacks. And we are going to be moving on. We're going to replay a segment from last month. We had Sita, or Stella Zhang, from Rosen Protocol on. We're going to play that segment right now for you guys. Rosen is a very interesting app functioning on SocialFi and micropayments on SocialFi. So we're really excited about that. Great project. Looking to do some more with them soon. So I'm going to leave you guys with that, and then we will be back later. GM, I mean, by the way, what's up? Oh, that was a little while ago. Sorry, I missed you, buddy. Great stuff. Love our community, and we'll see you guys soon. Let me make sure. Yeah, there we go. All right, stay tuned, and I believe you guys are going to get some Cryptonauts footage maybe later on today, so stay tuned. GP and Crypto Dude and the gang working on some cool stuff for you guys there too. So we will be continuing the live stream. Thank you all for tuning in and for always supporting DeOrganized Media.
Hello, my friends. Have I got a great treat for you? It's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are here with Stella Zhang from the Rosen Protocol. And I'm going to bring her in now. And I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud, because I think I was playing the music a little loud there. We keep it in the background, but I want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all-day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're gonna tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in San Francisco, so I understand the time is really hard to coordinate. So I think it's quite like my early morning, but I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here. But I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and let more people to know about us. And if they have any questions, just it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is Sina or Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen. And before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China, and it's really interesting that I feel like at that time I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families. They're in different countries, and the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have the idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, like if you speak in English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. Then you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people. You can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, Xiaobing, we built such a platform called Rosen. And I think this is like a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? I mean the borderless social network things. So I think at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application like on the App Store and the Google Play Store.
I don't think
And
it's
right now we have over 34,000 users around the world, and our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And and we are still hiring ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or yeah, okay, just still continue
Well,
to
yeah,
talk.
let me actually. So the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate lightweight, low, microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer to peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it and utilizing stable coins, which
Yeah.
is obviously less volatile when you're making
Yeah.
payments and transacting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the Swift, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make no
Right.
sense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people, like they are doing this micro task, they just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually, this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is small, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with smart monitoring. So let's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this it doesn't matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate in event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades, like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like, blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. As most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the Stacks layer 2. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up Stacks because there is an app on the Stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. They essentially, that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. I think, on our platform, not sure like about that platform, how they doing, but I think, this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task, you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a polls on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post you can put some like the stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task is the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be, be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. That's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you maybe need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins, like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is like once they want to withdraw, then yeah, it's like the same page, like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10, you can just do this withdrawal. It's really simple. And if you thought like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket, and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10, so you can do the withdrawal immediately. Yeah, so this is the process, and we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet, and this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is the some like our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's 3 different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account, and I noticed I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users.
Right.
So that means, yeah, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So yeah, just like you mentioned, maybe in the future Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. Then we will give you like some like channels for doing this deposit for the USDT or USDC, and we are also working with PayPal for the PYUSD. So this will be launched very soon as well. And then this is kind of wallets are custodian. And if you want to deposit money, you just copy the wallet address and put the money to your Rosen wallet. And if you want to withdraw, then just like I mentioned, you need to connect with your private wallet, which one is definitely non-custodian, right? So that one was controlled by yourself. So then you can consider to move some money from Rosen wallets to your private wallets. This is going to be more even like safer for you to control, because if you don't connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet, it's still on your Rosen wallet, it's still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not not secure. Once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But if usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move this kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find, like, if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry, you answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Yeah, actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore. Explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like the organized land plot, I feel it's quite interesting and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And the other side, it's called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about these tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different pools, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors or hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth or maybe participate in events in Brazil in upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners and group to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and you should give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test the market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to creator economy, or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage at a without large intermediary fees in the equation for lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think for our project, it just like you can our mission, we definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible, or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global or when you want to be international. Especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now, I didn't see a really domain, a really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token, or like just like you mentioned, seed freeze, or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor. And I still feel like a lot of people, they probably are students from that university. They are really eager in opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is like they still asking the questions like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like how can I see them just to reflect on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind like about like how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out like it's to make sure they are really secure, they are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this like Web2, this traditional internet world, that quite like hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some like stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you like one by one, or like maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time, when you are available. So this is like our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those like non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this like this young people, younger generation, they
Yeah,
are
what the
struggling in
fuck?
finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is like we need to teach them or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is we are considered. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is like too complicated to them. And how you can buy like maybe just the one gas or like maybe two gas token, right? It's too, I would say that too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those like gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things. Actually, one, sponsor the transactions. Two, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the same for those Web2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some like reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they are like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before. For anything, right? And they should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. There is you have built into your platform an AI powered real-time multilingual translation. So it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying, and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
okay.
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese, and yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, you can do this. And the languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use, and we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in or something, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Very interesting. And so, for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only, so you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that, to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local the link direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there. And then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, exactly. Super easy. And I think I also create a LAN for the organized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us, from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like 2 lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah, just make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. Go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely going to jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. We will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority, and I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would. That's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem is very collaborative. You know, we help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition. You know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's Go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like us Garosen, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So yeah, you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal champion, Dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to hear that you mentioned the Stack will have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like Ant Group, where their UNSDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and you have your ambassador program. Are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever, to
Oh,
find
well, that
us.
makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're
Yeah,
organizing right inside the app. That's where your
Yeah,
ambassadors
the
will
best way
be.
is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google map. So you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue has on the map. They are in the highest display level. So it's really easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the homepage, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina, then the homepage will pop up all those face these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really would love to promote that once because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country, and also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native. It doesn't matter, but because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower. Maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like digital, they are right digital native, right? Even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age, they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a event, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event, and also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like expense, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on ramp off ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think the most headache things is like how to do the on ramp off ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually. Like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop? It's really hard. So I really usually hope them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do it this one time, they can teach their students, I mean, not students, like they can teach their team more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassador. Just let you know if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT. And now the last one, my ambassador who put this together, P Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually, that's why I wanted to ask you, like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So would we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah. I really appreciate, he linked us together, and he was like a really good person. And I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
Well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X right. And that happened with us. Like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a nightmare. So having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app. And then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can, reach out to anytime. And I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really, really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any, updates or information that's happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3, to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me, I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDC X, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it. And then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. Y'all have a great day. Peace out.
Keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP.
My homies. GP, what's up, man?
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning, brother?
You're in a different location, my brother. I thought you
Keeping it on the move.
You get that big smile on your face. What's been a good?
Yeah.
All right.
GP is all glowing, bro. Look at his face, is glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes.
Let's go. Nice. We got Hana in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if Blake Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why.
Yeah, it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hotter today?
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's rainy and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into the rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple.
I actually have.
Purple.
Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's son's had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear, bro.
Sounding good, man.
Solid. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment and figure out how I may be able to do some streaming from over here. It looks like connection's good, the computer's strong enough to do it, and the microphone's coming through loud and clear. Awesome.
Very nice. It's always good when things can be a little bit more
efficient,
functional. Yeah.
Functional.
White Crypto was here, but he dropped out. He might be having connectivity issues. If so, what we'll do is we'll have him join us in one of the spaces soon. sometimes that happens. People have trouble connecting to the live stream. We all know how that goes, So if you're listening, man, don't worry about it. Keep trying. If we get you in, we'll chat about it. Very interested in talking more about Stacks Tribe and that project. But if we can't get you in today, we'll get you in soon, one way or another. We'll get you some exposure for the ecosystem. I think they have a X handle. I haven't even. Man, I'll tell you, I've just been meetings and spaces and calls. Lots of stuff with D grants. He wasn't in my track, so I don't have. I think it's Stacks Tribe. Yeah, Stacks Tribe is the handle. Let me actually share this. Here he's back. Let's see if we got him. What's up, White Crypto? How you doing, man? You with us? He might be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you can hear us. But he's with the new project, Stacks Tribe Africa. There we go. I believe, if I got the right one. I hope I got the right one. I might have the wrong one. Might be a different project. I think it's Stacks Tribe that he wants to come talk to us about today. If you guys aren't, make sure you go give them a follow. It's at Stacks Tribe. And they're looking to teach crypto in simple words, helping expand the ecosystem. And we'll get back. If he comes back, we'll get more into it. And if not, we'll talk on the spaces soon. We'll get him in the space. Sometimes it's just a little bit more stable there. Guys, there's a lot
collaboration between and Stacks Tribe.
What was that?
I'm wondering if there's like some type of collaboration that we could set up between Stacks Tribe and Let Africa.
There he is.
There we go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just, I believe I was having small network problem while setting it up, but I'll be fine now.
Cool. No worries, man. And that, honestly, it's not uncommon. It happens a lot in this medium. Restream's a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to stay connected, but it seems like you're good now. You're coming in loud and clear. So welcome to DeOrganized. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your project?
Okay. First of all, I would say it's very, very exciting to be here because this is actually my first time on the organized media, and I'm so excited now because I believe most times I'm usually down there on the comment section, always commenting and every other stuff. Yeah, so it feels good to be here live. Yeah. So, and I would say thank you guys, thank you to Peace and the team for giving me the opportunity to be here live today, and I believe there's a lot of people watching. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Okay, so actually with Stacks Tribe, yeah, I'm actually not the only one managing that particular project. We are actually four. So we have 4 founders for that particular project. I myself, Valentino, Target, and Doski. So we're actually 4 that's actually handling that project. And if you look at exactly. If you look at the Twitter banner up there, you are going to be seeing the handle of the 4 founders. You will see the handle of the 4 founders there. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users. As it is now, Stacks Tribe actually has a WhatsApp platform where we just interact normally, locally, we interact locally there. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we gave to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah, because we were on a space and doing our normal space vibing and onboarding new users and every other thing. You understand? So our space is quite simple. It's a place where when you come, even if you don't understand what we are trying to say and every other thing, we allow you to say it or maybe ask question the way you understand, even if you have to speak it in your own native language and every other thing. Yeah, we would then have to find somebody that actually understands your language and then translate it to us, something like that. So yeah, we were having a space that day, and somebody came on the space on the speaker room, and we were trying to like onboard the person, trying to tell the person some basic things about stacks. And it was actually a guy, and the guy was like that he doesn't really understand English that much, that he's not fluent in English, that if we can actually explain it for him in Igbo language. Now, Igbo is actually one of the languages that is mostly speaking, is one of the languages in Nigeria. Understand? We have Igbo tribes in Nigeria. So the person was like, if it's possible for us to actually explain what we just said in Igbo language. And we said, okay, since we have somebody that is good in Igbo here with us on space, and that the person is willing to explain, it's okay, we'll allow the person to actually onboard you into stacks using Igbo language. And at first, I thought it was going to be disastrous. Yeah, but it was quite successful, because after everything, the guy was very thankful and very happy because he understood some of the things that was explained to him in his own local language. So we were observing, Sha, but after the space, we decided to say, okay, since this thing is going to be working like this, why not adopt it in our own space, where when we come to space, if we have new user or new person into the ecosystem, we can actually say, okay, if you are not comfortable in being onboarded with English language, we can actually onboard you using the language that you understand. So we said, okay, that we will be trying that particular style. And then we started doing it. It was working. And one thing we noticed that most people are very comfortable. Like, it's actually, we don't actually have a rule that says you have to onboard somebody into stacks using English language. I don't think there is a particular rule that says that. So
Definitely not.
Yes, yeah. So
Yeah,
the
no,
point.
listen, and this is a huge, it's a huge opportunity to, like, especially with the LLM, the AI models that you can now use to help translate and facilitate more broad communication between people with different languages. There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we don't want to um, only make, Stacks is not supposed to be only for English speaking people. Clarity is in English, so there's a little bit of a programming language barrier potentially. But even then, there's like that we can create tools that make that more functional. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that there's definitely an opportunity to reach more people, help expand the ecosystem, and uh, really kind of create opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't have had that opportunity a few years ago. So I think you guys are onto something. It's a definitely a noble cause for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And even if you check most of the members in the ecosystem, if you want to experiment on it, you can try it. Most of those people that are actually not comfortable speaking on spaces, most times you can try to like let them actually come to mic and say what they want to say, even if it's in pidgin language. Yeah, you can just encourage somebody to come up to the space and say, okay, that thing that you want to say, how about you say it to us in pidgin language, and you are going to see the difference between when that person is speaking in English language and when that person is actually speaking in pidgin language. Because yeah, I believe English language was being taught to us. It's actually not the language we came out with, so you understand. And most times somebody tend to be comfortable with that particular language where he or she can express himself. So it's very, very understanding that you actually know the language that person is comfortable with. Yeah, then you'll be able to get the full potential of that person. So that's just the idea behind Stacks Tribe.
I like it, man. I like it. you're building a community and helping onboard people into the ecosystem. I think it's a great project. I'm glad that we saw you guys get some funding. GP. I haven't had a chance to introduce Gnome yet, the advisor in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing great,
Jim,
guys. Jim Fiona, Jim GP, and Jim Peace, Jim everyone. Like, thanks for having me on the show. As I was saying before, it's been a long time since I last joined, and just cool to be here. I won't be able to stay here long because I have another meeting, like in Europe. They changed already, like the time zone. So like all the meetings are switched up by 1 hour.
Yes, I know.
It's always a tricky part, like in the
It's
US.
a nightmare for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I know, because we're partners with Bitcoin Live, and Nick's over in the Netherlands, so it's a little bit, like we were supposed to have a meeting Tuesday night, and I'm waiting for him to show up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually going to be an hour late today, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't understand why we don't align it. Like, why it must be like we could do it at the same time, and there will be no issues between the US, for example, and Europe. And yet, like in Europe, they changed the hour 1 week earlier than the US.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't coordinate that. To be honest with you, it's like 2 weeks of chaos every 6 months because it's not lined up in the spring either.
No, correct. You know what's fun is that, I mean, it's just more this thing. Like, we trust governments to do the best for us, and we're not even able to coordinate freaking time change. But that's something for a conversation for another time.
Right. Well, you know what it is. It's probably at some point it's just a flex. It's like, no, you're going to copy us. No, well, we do it first. No, you're going to do it. So it's just, ethos is the problem, probably.
Yeah.
So really excited. Let me ask you, White. Do I call you White? White Crypto? How should I address it?
White Crypto. Good to see you on this on DeOrganized. So is this the first docs?
Yeah, this is actually the first docs.
Let's go. Oh, let's go, bro. Make people feel comfortable about being their true self on DeOrganized. I dig it. No, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on today. Let me ask you before I forget. How should people follow you? Are you looking to grow more community members? Should they follow you on X? Is there a Discord? Is there a Telegram? Or is that stuff in the works?
Yeah, we started up very small, and now with the grants in place, we want to get it out there as much as we can. You understand? Because then we believe now we are being recognized by Stacks, and it actually helps boost our morale. And we feel very confident in what we are actually trying to build. So actually, for now, we don't actually have Discord or this thing for now, or Telegram. We just stick it with X for now. But since we are actually going full-time public, we will be making a preparation to have those ones in place.
Nice. And so, what are your current milestones for D grants? What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Yeah, actually, the first milestone is actually trying to onboard about 150 users.
Wow, that's aggressive, man. That's a lot. That's not a small number.
Yeah. It's actually not easy to do that, but we are pretty confident in what we can do, because I believe by the time we start putting out the words out there that you can actually bring your friend. It's not actually compulsory that he or she must be very good in the English language. I believe some people will be very confident to actually try what we are doing here and start.
Awesome, man. I think you guys will be successful no matter what. It's a nice team. All of the guys in that project, by the way, are constantly dropping into our spaces, supporting us on the live stream. Target showing up all the time, and all you guys. I see you in there, man. I've seen you coming in, saying hi in the live chat, commenting, and all that stuff. And I really appreciate, that helps us tremendously. So, whatever we can do to return the favor do not hesitate to ask. We're happy to work with you guys to help you reach your goals however we can. If you need us to shout out, you have space going on and you need us to repost it, or you got something else going on, don't hesitate, man. We're happy to, or you got something you want to come back on and talk about something sometime, always welcome. Really appreciate you. You guys are always cranking in the ecosystem. I know you guys do a lot of stuff with the STX AI group as well. Steve is a friend of mine, and I love that project. So, we're all part of the greater Stacks family here, right? And I love seeing people move forward and grow. You're taking on your own project, starting to create your own community, and those things are immeasurably valuable to the growth of our ecosystem. You're getting people engaged, you're getting people onboarded, you're teaching people that are non-crypto native, which is the hardest part, how to get into crypto, and so kudos, man. I really appreciate you stepping up and putting the work in. It's not an easy job, I know, but my best advice is just be consistent, keep doing it. Push it every day, even when you don't feel good. You wake up with a sinus infection, you take a little bit of Claritin, and you do the show anyway, because that's how we do. You know what I mean? So,
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from right now.
Thank you very much for that. It's actually interesting because now we have been some actual requests for if we will be adding some other extra languages to our spaces when we try to onboard people, because some people are kind of requesting maybe we can actually go extra mile in trying to adopt other languages. We've got some requests about adopting the Kenyan language, the language that is speaking in Kenya, but it's going to be a tough one, but I believe we are going to get there. Yeah.
That's coming from Freddie? Is that coming from
Freddie? No, it's actually not coming from Freddie, but I believe Freddie would so much love us to have that particular language adopted into our DC schedule.
Yeah, he's an absolute Chad, man. I love Freddie. He's a good dude, and he will steer you the right way. So you guys are obviously part of the Stacks Africa team and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I really love what's coming out of there. I'm a huge fan of Sam and the Let Africa Build Lab project. I think that there's a huge, and it's not just Africa, really. There's all places all over the world where this crypto is creating an opportunity for people to develop skills and engage in a broader global economy in a much more holistic way than has ever been possible before. So I think that it's really, I love seeing this, the growth of opportunity for people all over the world. And you're helping facilitate that, brother. So don't sell your project short. This is important work you're doing. Keep pushing forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling pretty confident in myself because now we have Let Africa Build solidly behind our backs. Once I feel there's a place I'm actually having issues, or maybe I feel I'm actually confused in this particular place. I have Sam to actually reach out to, because I believe he's one of my mentors. He's actually very available anytime you try to reach out to him. So I'm very confident in myself now.
Yeah, Sam is a great leader in the ecosystem. He's always been reaching out and help. I first met Sam through GP. GP was creating his collection, and Sam was just helping mentor him on how to create NFT how to work with the contracts in a little bit. Just helping, because he knew GP was there and needed some help. And that's just how he is. Back in cohort 2, he did it was actually called Stacks Labs. They took the Stacks Labs account over from him for now the newly minted Stacks Lab entity. So, Sam's a trailblazer big time, and absolutely a good ally for what you guys are doing. I'm sure he's happy to help out. But man, I'm proud of what you guys are achieving. I think it's good work, and I cannot wait to see. I can't wait to see you hit your first milestones.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can't actually wait for that. It's actually going to be an exciting and also a tough one for us. But I believe we are not going to get better if we don't actually try. So obviously, we are going to be putting ourselves to the challenge here.
I dig it, man. I dig it. Guys, here's the thing. I don't know. We have about 15 minutes until our regular Find2Earn time. Noam had to drop off. It's too bad. I wanted to ask his opinion about dual stacking before we dropped him off. Dual stacking goes live at 10 a.m. like in just 45 minutes from now.
Crazy.
44 minutes. So we got 15 minutes to figure out what we're going to fill in Find2Earn with today. I wanted to do Cook to Earn, and Hero had suggested that we show people how to make the songs that we're doing. Do we want to make a what do we want to make a song for?
Make a Suno banger? I don't know. I mean, I think we should do maybe something for Stacks Tribe.
Yeah, do we want to make a Stacks Tribe song? Maybe we'll do that.
Dual stacking song.
Dual
Stacks Tribe song. I would so much love that. Oh my God.
Let's do it. I was gonna suggest. I already have a pretty fly dual stacking song anyway. Yeah. So let's do Stacks Tribe song. We'll figure it out. Hero needs a song for Stacks Pot. You know what we can do? Well, we'll show everybody. This is what we'll do. This is how we'll do it, okay? We'll demonstrate how to make the songs. We'll do a song for Stacks Tribe, and we'll show everybody how to use Suno. It'll only take about 10 minutes, and then we'll drop the link for the Suno the free credit sign up, so everyone can try it out, and they can make songs for whatever they want. Drop the link to the song they created in the live chat, and we'll look at it throughout the day, and we'll pick, the three of us will pick the best song, and I'll send somebody 10 STX for whoever creates the best ecosystem song, right? So we'll use Stacks Tribe as the example, so we can show everybody how to do it, and then so we're gonna do 10 STX and a Stacks Invader. How about that? We'll do the top song gets 10 STX and a Stacks Invader NFT.
Let's go.
That sounds like fun.
Well, Hero, we can do that. Well, I'm going to show everybody and let them all compete. I'm just trying to give the Find2Earn guys something to do today during the segment too. So why don't we do this? I'm going to go. So this is what I'm going to do. I got the Stacks Tribe handle. Do you guys have a website, or is it just the X account right now?
Just the X account. We don't have. I don't know how much it takes to actually own a website.
Yeah, it's not. No, I understand. I really do understand. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. You can talk to the Stacks AI Guild guys. They can vibe code a website for you. So yeah, you know where to reach out to. So yeah, it's easy also to make your own website. Paul, you can do it. I'm going to show you guys
real quick.
What's that?
So Balu, big shout out to the Stacks AI Guild, man. Balu permissionlessly built an app for the weekly Pokemon tournament that we have in the Stacking Out Discord. Crazy work, and it's much more streamlined and efficient now, lining everybody up for these battles in the Stacking Out Discord. So, I definitely second that. The Stacks AI Guild guys can definitely help you vibe code a website if you need one.
Absolutely, and that could actually be an episode that we could do that on stream too at some point.
I think so.
Hero, if you want to join us, you have the link. Come on in and chat.
Come kick it. He's like, why does GP look like a gamer today?
Game.
Because I got game.
Yeah, bro. I made something for you, GB. I think you saw it on the timeline. Yeah, I like the vibe that you have right now, bro.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Also, Hyundai. Hajime.
Can you guys
have
see
you guys
my?
seen, did you guys see that video I made for the Gigaverse AR for Cryptonauts?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could play that too. I wanna play that and
You want
show that off.
now?
I've been using Google AI
Watching?
Studio, like just doing some storyboarding and then running it through Google AI Studio and then kind of splicing the clips together with Clipchamp. And seems to be a pretty feasible method for making some marketing material.
Chemistry was fine.
Oh yeah.
The tech
Showing
on
off that too.
this.
All right, we have Hero in the house. He's going to help us. He's going to learn with us too.
You are now
Oh,
watching
keyboard,
a master.
keyboard, come join us, man. You're always welcome, man. Always welcome. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna show you guys how I get the AI to help me make songs for projects in the ecosystem. So this is my Chat GPT. I'm just training it right now on Stacks Tribe. Stacks Tribe is a project that came out of DeOrganized Cohort 3. They are onboarding users to Stacks and Bitcoin via engaging in local native language among new users in Africa, focusing. I don't need to focus on anything. I want to write a song for their project using Suna.
You are now watching a master.
Can you help me?
Did you hear your tagline, please?
What?
You are now watching a master at work.
I like it. I like it. That should be your tagline, though, man. All right. Let's anchor the song around Stacks Tribe's mission, onboarding African builders and creators into Bitcoin via Stacks in their own languages. Wait, is that all pretty much accurate right now?
Yeah, I can hear you very much. You say what?
Why don't we, how about feed the information from the application? Would that help? Or is that too much?
I can probably actually, let me.
Yeah, you can do it, and then you can just simplify it.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can actually do that. Hold on, let me.
We can go through and get the information from all the applicants and do stuff like this.
We can.
That's a smart idea here. That's a good suggestion, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing that with grant evaluation bot that Blockface is doing. And it's taking data from social, it's taking data from the spreadsheet, taking data from spaces.
You guys have access to the spreadsheet?
That's all. Hold on.
I don't remember where it is, but we used to, right? I think.
We used to, but it's not public right now. So
How is it?
It's not on this. Oh, maybe there is a. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. But I have access to the regular spreadsheet, so I won't share it on the screen, so it's not.
It should be public information, though. DeOrganized Cohort 2 it was.
Yeah, it should be public, really, like, because entering is public. There's no reason why this couldn't be public.
Yeah, it just it's got contact information on there, the one I have access to. So I just won't share it on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to dox anybody's information on accident.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Where are we? Stacks Tribe on here.
Absolutely. 1000%.
Stacks Tribe.
Close enough.
Ooh, I found it.
There it is. All right.
a community that onboard new user using basics stuff.
Yeah, I got that on the website. That should do.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need all that other stuff anyway. So I got here. Song title. One voice, one chain. Here's the lyrics. Hook.
What? Using ChatGPT.
Yep. How do we want
that? Everything happens.
Oh, they even give me they want to put it in E minor. All right. You know what? Optional rollout tagline. We don't need to worry about.
What did you ask? You fed in the context, I believe.
So first I just I put the X account hand link.
Okay.
And just wrote some basic information about it. Then I copied and pasted the same that you saw on the website. So this is public facing.
Yeah.
So this is where I just copied from the D grants recipients page.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it gave me this.
Okay.
So then I'm going to go to Suno. Suno.com.
Great.
I'm going to the create page, the create link. And so here I have two fields. I got lyrics and styles. So I'm going to copy these lyrics exactly like they wrote them. With the where it says hook and bridge and all of that, keep that in there because that'll help it structure the song properly for you.
Keep what in there?
Like where it says, like on here where it says intro, hook, verse 1, hook, bridge, final hook. You know, leave all that in there because it'll help structure the song. And so I just I pasted all of that in the lyrics section. And then styles, I never just use what they say for style. I'm going to change some stuff here.
Okay.
But I copy and paste it in there.
What if somebody like me who doesn't know so many different music styles?
You can use what ChatGPT suggests if you want. Saying Afrobeat fusion with funk and modern trap elements. That's already not bad. Let me. What's your White? What's your favorite kind of music?
Hip hop.
Add a strong hip hop influence, deep bass.
White, what do you think of Afro pop? Since in Africa, Afro pop and Amapiano is the biggest genre right now.
Yeah.
Like this one.
That can be quite nice.
Yeah.
What would the customers want to hear? That's what I'm interested.
Yeah.
The people that you want to onboard, what would most of like the list?
Yeah, if it comes down to the customers, I believe 300 is actually right with the Afro pop because right now in Africa it's the
Afro pop.
Yeah.
The
like
biggest
the
genre
Taylor Swift of Africa.
Sorry.
Like the Taylor Swift of Africa.
It's more like the house. House like who's the guy who was doing house? The one with the beat. GB, do you know the guy?
No, I don't. But
you know the vibe? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we just that scrap. One voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, we build again. TikTok block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future be going, yeah. purpose, gold in our soul. Stacking dreams through the vision zone. Bitcoin roots, stats sky high. Decentralized truth, no need to lie. We the stacks, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local hard, global
It produced really quickly. Like you don't have to wait for like 10 minutes.
rhythm, innovate. Confidence born from every line. Africa rising is our time.
Oh.
Fire.
Too easy. It's too easy. Wow. We don't need music producers anymore.
We the stacks, one voice, one chain.
I'm loving the smile on White Crypto's face right now.
That's all that matters.
Does it say Bitcoin at all? I wish it's mentioned Bitcoin. Nice. Really good music.
It does say Bitcoin. It's fire, dude. It's so good. Bitcoin is so
Nice, man.
That's crazy. This is version 2.
Like, can you try the different ones in the same day? Like, it doesn't cost the credit?
It all takes credits. It all
Like,
takes.
when you press on the right hand side, it takes credit.
What's the sub like?
What do you mean, like a remix edit?
Can you remix to Amapiano?
Omo.
You
What
want
I
me
meant is, like, what is a credit? Like, what's the limitation for me? So I just, when I play around with it, I can be careful.
Do you have a? Did you use the Hold on, honey. You want to use your invite link?
Oh yeah, let me send it over.
Send your invite link to the guys. Drop it in the private chat, and then also drop it underneath the live stream so that people watching that want to participate can do that, can use that and get some free credits.
Yeah, let me do that right now. And you can change the vibe, right? Do the version that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah. So what I would do, I have obviously like more credits than I'll be able to use in a month, even making tons of songs, because I just paid for the year and I get monthly credits. So let's make it Amapiano style. And let's go G minor, G sharp minor. It automatically makes 2 for you when you do it. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I might be able to actually change the settings on that, but it takes 10 credits each, I think.
So what's the third and fourth and fifth? Oh, those are the.
This is everything I've made so far.
Okay.
These are all the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dude, Master Chef in the kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah. How many did you make?
It's like how many kids I have. I'm not sure.
There you go. This is the biggest genre in Africa right now.
It's the drive we ride. Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We the stacks right, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, knee to the game. Teach the block and I need you done. Knowledge for the people, the future be done. We the stacks right, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block and I need you done. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence
This one.
Africa
I'll
rising,
tell you
it's our time.
what
We
you
just
did.
subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village stores to global fame. Bitcoin power, remember the names
Suno.com,
that
Fedor.
scribe.
Well, Hana, did you drop that in the comments of the live stream?
I drop it in the chat. Let me send it over on the screen right now. Compliments to the chef.
Insane how fast I think
Zero. Guys, there's a zero authority bounty live right now. Hero, drop that link in the comments below the live stream so we can share it out later.
There's a bounty?
Yes, there's a bounty on zero authorities. A new bounty on zero authorities. Zero's
what?
Hello. I haven't seen it yet. I don't have the link's not here, bro.
Oh, that's.
I sent it in the chat.
I'll do it for a picture.
Africa in the vibe. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape to me to the game. Teach the block in my native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in my native tongue.
It's okay, I was just on my phone. You don't need to worry about who's talking.
You know what?
We educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate.
Put the music down a little bit.
Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame from village.
Maybe we can do
Yeah, that's a good way. So we can do it. I think doing it for Skull Coin makes a lot of sense. Make a song for Skull Coin.
No, dog coin. The one
Jamie's dog coin?
Yeah. I don't know if you have one yet.
Can I get a copy, please?
Yeah.
But what I would love, guys, is if somebody else does the next song. So me or maybe what's White Crypto? If White Crypto or me can do the next song, so that we get to learn, you know, and we pick a subject like Dogecoin or.
All right, so I dropped.
Please, can I get? Do I get a copy of this song?
Yeah, man. I'll send you. I'll send all of them to you. I'll send you all of them. You can play with whatever ones you want, man.
What you did on this? What you did on this song? You've combined Nigeria, South African music all together in one genre, which is Amapiano. It is a fusion of hip hop, dancehall, a little bit of hip hop. So it's a mixture of all those genres.
So White might have some trouble sharing his screen. Hero, maybe you want to screen share and show us how to do it based on what we showed you.
I don't think I can share my screen right now because my phone won't be able to take up that particular
I understand the complexity there. I love this song. It actually, I could let it play all day, but it's honestly, guys, it's like I made one for BoostX the other day that was just like phenomenal. Similar kind of. I started with an Afrobeat idea, and I just evolved it a little bit. It's again, it's fire. Like you can really do some amazing stuff. But Hero,
yes,
I want you to take that link, get your free Suno credit.
Give me an assignment, boss.
Share your screen with us. You're going to share your screen. You're going to create a song for. You can pick whatever project you want to make one for. Because I can make songs for all of the projects. So whoever you pick.
Can I pick it for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
DEX AI Guild.
All right. All right. Well, Hero, is that comfortable?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Let's go. So now you're watching. We are turning a vibe coder to a musician live on DeOrganized. We are turning Eurogamer to a musician, to a producer right now. Let's
I'm
go.
definitely not very like music, like not a master music. I just
You know,
listen.
you know what
That's
you're
all.
doing right now is what you did to me to vibe code. So
Yes.
no excuses.
Okay,
I got you.
so I need to feed some information in about Stacks Agile, right?
That's what I do. Yeah, I go to
Oh, yeah.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
I mean, sometimes I'll actually just write the lyrics myself. I don't always go to ChatGPT for them, or I'll have a lyric starter and then I'll go into ChatGPT. But for these purposes, and you can absolutely just go into ChatGPT, share links about the project. Sometimes I'll start with, what do you know about the Stacks AI Guild, or what do you know about BoostX, or what do you know about Zero Authority, or all of that. By the way, I will share, guys. Let me share. I'm just gonna. I'll put yours back in a second, Hero. I'm just gonna share real quick.
Okay.
There is a bounty live on Zero Authority now for Dog Pool, Dog Klein, Bounty Hub. 90,000 PEGI up for grabs. I believe it's for 3 winners. Navigate a new blockchain is not easy. This bounty invites you to open the door for Stacks newcomers and give them the confidence to jump on board. Create a post that shows how to use X First Wallet and to visit Velar, Bitflow, or Fact Fun and carry out a swap of STX for a token of your choice. Share on X, tag your chosen project from the token swap, tag Dogcoin STX and Zero Authority DAO. Use hashtag all aboard Stacks. 3 winners, 30K PEGI each. And that's over at zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty. So, and I'm going to drop the link for that in the comments below the live stream so you guys can easily find it as well. And without further ado, we're getting to Mixmaster Hero Gamer live.
The legend live. You are now watching a master
Right.
at work.
So we actually have a website that Blockface use something called Framer to create, and it has like a portfolios, which is pretty nice looking on. But it has a lot of like additional information that I might not need. So I'm just gonna go to. Oh, here's a team of Stacks Air Guild. Looking good. Looking good.
It's still showing Peggy on the screen.
Oh really? Oh. Is my screen or whose screen is this?
Your screen
I
should
think
be
it's
Zero Authority right
Oh,
now.
hold on a minute.
Oh, it's on Zero Authority.
Sorry, I thought I switched it off. I must have. What happened? Why does that keep dropping out? All right, your screen is up now, Hero.
Oh, I'm just trying to search for AI Guild information, and there was a website created with like portfolios and stuff, UDC, the stuff that we've done. It's actually got a team, but I think it's almost got too much information on this website. So I'm just going to go somewhere else to fetch information. And I don't know if you know this app, guys, Team Lurky.
I only heard you guys talking about it briefly yesterday.
It's so good, man. Like if you have a space, what you need to do is like say lurk this space, like basically like listen to this space, and after you'll give you a summary. But what happens is I'll show you the site quickly. You can go and search for coins like Stacks, and it will tell you who are talking about Stacks on Twitter Spaces. That's really cool. It's got the KOLs because Luna, Crush, and Cookie.fun, they have the KOL for written content. But this one has everything about spaces. So, for example, this guy was talking about Stacks on Spaces. Ting Lurky account had a space, and we mentioned Stacks there.
Is this only if you actually tag Lurky in the space, or are they actually tracking all of the spaces?
Only if you tag. So there's about 3 tags per day, which is kind of enough. And you like I tag Stacks Town Hall, so you listen to Stack Town Hall, and it has all the information about that space. It knows exactly who attended as well. It's super smart, like whatever they created. So yeah, shout out to them. Why did I come here? Oh, because I wanted to show you. I work with the founder to put our shows on there as well. So actually has an AI guild space. And I wrote like a bit of information about it. Actually, there's more. So I'm just gonna go to my DM and fetch that because I thought it was pretty good. Here you go.
You can make a song about lurking.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll send them for
Big
free.
shout out to Didi. He put me on to Lurky a minute ago. He's pretty ahead of the curve.
Oh
on
yeah.
this one.
It's just such a useful platform. Like they're just having the TGE right like now, but even without the token, it's just so useful. So this is it, the information about Stacks AI Guild. So what do I say? I want to make a song. Make a song on Suno about Stacks AI Guild. Here is the information about Stacks AI Guild. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
And the handle is this.
I don't think there's a need for a handle.
Okay, cool. Enter. Perfect.
So now it gives you all the type of genres: lo-fi, upbeat, electronic, pop, rock, rap, cinematic. So you can tell it which type of vibe that you feel.
I want a vibe that caters to all. I think I just want a popular one. Now let's do a Web3 one. I want to pop it to AI enthusiasts. Enthusiasts. How do you spell enthusiasts? Okay. Okay, it's done it now. Sudo prompt. So I take this to Suno, right?
Yep. You take that to Suno, and you're gonna copy the lyrics. You should have. There you go.
Oh, custom. Oh, okay. There's simple and there's custom.
Right. You can actually just drop all of that into the simple. I like using custom.
Okay, lyrics. Oh no, that's not lyrics. This is this style?
Yep.
Yeah, the style.
Where is the prompt? Ah, here. Okay. Prompt box.
And then you go take the lyrics.
I didn't even read the prompt, to be honest. So I'm
You
just gonna
you don't
you
have
copy
to.
you copy the title.
copy the title. Yeah.
Remove the title. You start from the verse.
Verse 1. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters, to be honest, but you don't want to.
When I did that last time, it read the title and say title. No. It started singing no.
It doesn't say about Bitcoin. I think. Let me just double check.
Or you can just tell it to add a little bit about Bitcoin also in the verse or chorus, and then it changes the lyrics.
Bit about Bitcoin. Does it say about crypto? Web3. That's okay. And crypto. There you go. Right, here's the updated version. Okay, copy. First one. Okay, it has Bitcoin now. That's good. Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's good. Okay.
Okay, right. Okay. What do I do next? Should I add anything else? Advanced options? Whatever that is.
I haven't actually played with those very much.
Yeah.
The weirdness
Even
one
me.
is interesting to me, but usually because I'm making things about ecosystem projects and I want it to be more serious.
I want a female, I think. Let's see. Okay. I can choose male and female.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's it? Create?
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, you're now a producer.
Producer, rapper, all that.
Yeah.
All in one.
A burger flipper.
Oh, all packed in one.
Back to McDonald's.
Oh, so you made 4.
That's right. First, when you're using the, it does. I forget exactly how
The
that
freemium.
was.
Upgrade
Yeah.
for a full song.
Oh, you're not able to get
Oh, that's right.
the high quality ones.
The high quality ones are only for if you pay.
Yeah.
Well, high quality as in what?
They tend to be a little bit better songs, but so the 2 on the bottom will still be awesome.
Okay.
Just yeah, you can
As in like audio quality better, higher quality, or is it like the lyric?
they tend to just be better songs. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why it would. Yeah,
It'll be.
Yeah.
You won't hear that it's AI when they're the top 2s, but the last ones they just give you a decent one. But those top 2s, you play, if you can play the top one, it is finished. You can hear if you go down. We can start off with the one that
Oh, you can
finished.
play it. I can play already?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it whilst it's still rendering.
Very poppy. That's a very movie.
We cannot hear the side.
You can't hear it. You might have when you share the tab. Are you sharing your
Can you
screen
see
or
me?
the tab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't hear the music.
How do I
Yeah.
share the music then?
When you share,
When you click the share button.
are you sharing your tab or are you sharing the whole screen? I think you're
I'm
sharing.
sharing the whole Windows.
There might be an option to turn music on. So when you click your screen share button,
Okay.
you should have an option.
Audio output.
No,
Yes.
that's not it. That's not it.
It's
I
like a
don't-
little ticker in the bottom right corner.
No, yeah. When you click share your screen, the option to share your screen, like you can share the tab instead of.
Also share tab audio. Should I turn that on?
Yes.
Okay, I did.
And now you just got to reshare the tab.
Music?
Negative.
No.
You hear music?
No,
You
because
can
you're not
se-
sharing the tab. You're sharing the whole screen. So you got to just share the tab. So pick the
gotcha.
share tab option.
Yeah. Let me close a few windows. Okay. Okay. Well,
Still nothing.
I
hold
think
on,
you
let me
can
put-
share
hold
the
on,
link.
There it is.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
a very like in a cinema, like a Pixar cinema, kind of thing.
right hand corner is a volume. Is that super? I don't know if it's like at the bottom right hand corner on the page. There should be like a little volume slider.
I don't see it.
Way
here.
over. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah, bring
Okay,
it down. Bring it to halfway because it's super loud. I couldn't hear you talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here.
Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. Oh.
Plug in the dream, we're online tonight. Builders and thinkers, chasing the light. AI sparks.
It's a very pop song.
Very pop song.
Which I don't mind because I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Like really, like it's not all about what we like. Like you had asked
it's about what
earlier, it's what the audience is going to appreciate and listen to. So.
It's a very in a cinema kind of like, you know, what's the movie Dragons?
Yeah, a little bit.
You on board?
Let's try the next one.
Congratulations, Hero. You're now a music producer.
Insane.
Thanks.
You have graduated. This is
3
nice.
minutes. Wow.
All sorts of stuff that they're doing. They're not going to do it.
I like this.
I actually think I like this one best so far.
Too complicated.
Yeah. AI. I like this. I like this one.
And I think if you click the 3 dots next to the song, like to the right of the song,
yeah,
that gives you down. You can download the MP3.
This one is good. Lyrics. Clear with the lyrics. Okay, so basically now I just need to put it into like a CapCut, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can download the MP3.
Visuals together.
This one is a wave
of commercial use. Oh, you really? I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can't use it. You can't use it unless you can.
Oh,
like if you could download anyway, you can still download it, but you're not technically you don't have the commercial rights to the song with your.
That's okay. I'm not selling any product,
No.
so I think I'm actually pretty in my previous jobs. I know about all this kind of rights and stuff, so I know what to do, what not to do.
I mean, really, you do whatever you want, and if it ends up being a huge hit, you just won't get the money for it. They'll keep it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Now in the AI Guild, what I try to encourage is I will now go and teach somebody else how to do it, so that we pass on that knowledge. So you are my, let's say, the AI music producer teacher, and I will go and teach somebody else.
Awesome. And honestly, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into the Skullcoin Sigma chat, let all the regulars know that we have a contest that they can. I'll give them. I'll link to the post with Hana's referral link, so they can all get free credits. And I'll have them make a song about Skullcoin as a contest, and then we can. We'll give them 10 STX and a Stacks Invader to whoever wins. We'll give them till the end of the live stream to submit, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. And wait, DM me your email address. I think I have it somewhere anyway, but DM me your email address, and I'll send you all of the ones I made for the Stacks Tribe this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take permission. I believe I will be going off now because my phone can actually handle. I'm getting what's it called, temperature overheating here. So thank you guys for having me here. It's actually been an honor being here, and I'm looking forward to always coming back again to share with the Stacks community where we have actually accomplished and where we have next for them. So thank you
Right
guys.
on, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you, and looking forward to seeing you guys grow with the Strax Tribe. Psyched about the project, man. Thank you for joining us today. And joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellreeve. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good, very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to DIA there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day, and it's
camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
it actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am
familiar
with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. It was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. It just I'm old, you know. I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure, it gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember what. It might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which event it was. We worked a couple of them, but you were talking to us about DIA, and why don't you tell us? Well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of our audience understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through DIA, that could be directly through another Oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an Oracle, right? So the Oracle's actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, but what you really want with the Oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like Oracle price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time-weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, that happened again on Binance, where, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero. Some did, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Atom went all the way to zero on.
Atom went all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage 1, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used. Their API was being used as an Oracle for pricing.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is. Obviously, not high enough to match kind of the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then, you know, it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price. But with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
What's going on, Josh, man? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff. Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer 1 security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the the hacks are somewhat
brother, what's
oracle
up?
related or like price manipulation, right? So
how's your day going, man?
Yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can
hear me?
do a lot of things. Especially if you know you're going to.
Really?
No?
No?
That happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of Oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit.
Check. Nothing?
Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector because all of these, on Stacks,
that doesn't make sense.
One of my main partners is Bitcoin. Bitflow. Bitflow's the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money. And then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident.
Yeah, reload it.
Bitflow.
It might
I love
be
the
me.
platform.
It might be me, though.
Those guys are doing
know.
awesome. But it's important that those if
can you hear me now?
Users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work.
Stay here. I'm going to leave and
it's
come
fundamental.
back.
It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With the with all the the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it really easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
I bet you had the tab.
For sure. And I mean, it's interesting with there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years, and it's something I guess that needs to happen because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that hey, we need to do something different. Or as a user, we need to
think I can hear you.
Can you hear me? And push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking $30 to $40 billion lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault
Right.
or
So
in
just
reserve with Do Kwon, with
tutorials
his team,
for the
Terraform,
AI,
then
or
that
just for
wouldn't have
basically.
been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, you know, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
You know, they were just using people's money. And if
Yeah,
that was-
where's the money? What's going on, right?
Right. It's
So,
crazy.
and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency, of
Right.
understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not
So
having
it's-
to trust anybody.
Exactly, no intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And you know, it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, you know, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may be providing some points which aren't actually truly, you know,
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, you know, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, that's exactly right, for sure. So,
and that is, I mean,
no,
I'm
I don't
I'm
have
generally
sound. I can
lucky
hear
guy.
you. I can't hear the video.
I didn't get burned. I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting
So if
I
you
think it was
do
8%,
if you share a Chrome tab, you can turn
Gemini
on the
dollars,
share audio,
which was
if you're
very
doing a
high at
window,
the
you
time.
just
The
have
banks weren't
there's a
giving
switch. It's
interest on
automatically
anything at that
off on
time.
mine to
And
allow
I got out of
share
that just
all audio outputs.
again. I had a hunch.
Also share audio
I had,
outputs.
you know, not a ton of money, but a lot for, you know, I'm not super flush, so it was enough
Are
for
you
me
on
to be
Chrome?
very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before
So
they
you
collapsed.
might have
and
to
then,
share the window, but if you click share window,
there have been
you'll
a couple. I
see
got out of
at the
Gemini
bottom there's a
just by the skin
switch
of my teeth. I had some
in
funds
that
in there
interface.
before they got, you know, attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point, and so good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly. So that could essentially take us to, you know, the stage
screen.
3 then Oracle,
It
like
put
where
something up there, but there's no. This is like
more
it was there and
customizability
then it
today,
disappeared. I
more
don't know if it was
capital
just a blank
efficiency.
screen, but it was also
And that's
only
through
like
something called
it
like
was small.
NAV-based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So NAV is
yeah, I
like a
don't
net
think it came
asset
up
value
right.
feed.
You tried to
And very
share
simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token,
if you
how many
click
of
share
those tokens are
screen,
issued
you have
versus
3
what's
options.
held
You
in
got Chrome
reserve or
tab,
what's held
window,
in the
and
vault.
entire screen.
So we're seeing tons of these
maybe if you do
tokens come
entire
out
screen,
today,
just make sure that
all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD,
yeah, if you do entire screen
USDT,
and then just switch
et cetera.
the audio
So we can
outputs
measure that
make sure
ratio
that's
and say,
on. That
hey,
should work.
there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then
did you switch on the share audio tab? Like there's a
derivative token at 80 cents. Automatically.
I don't know why.
So, for example, I always like to go back to
you can
Terra
hear
Luna
it right
here.
now.
If
like,
UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, you know, not enough funds to back it. It's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them,
right?
I made a mistake. If I don't get out now,
timeline.
Like I was very much the
I'm
same.
like,
I had UST.
I had actually Hero had posted something with Marco Rubio and then Dan Trevino
kind of kept
as
like
the two options for the stack CMO.
The thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP.
Well, the
timeline
makes more sense if we're waiting for Dan.
So you got to beat the guy.
Right, that's why it happens that way.
So, exactly.
Just responded. The price hadn't been.
He was like,
so
"Oh, low
down."
piece.
It's still a shock to see something go a dollar peg. What's supposed to have a dollar peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? Like I woke up that morning and
I can't see it. That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with like Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where like strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So like a lot has changed obviously since then, but like there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced,
you do look a little
have
silly.
your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together. And then derive
it worked really good too, because in my mind after we were talking about it, I couldn't
essentially
remember
taking
whether
from
I
two
saw
sources.
you in a video with it like
and
that,
then
or
you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side.
So
and then have your market-based price
it works
for like
doing
redemptions
something
or whatever.
like that.
So
Definitely got my attention. So
I think that's where we're moving today.
So
to like that stage 3 security where there's more
your image.
Not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters,
Nano Banana for this,
secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading these stocks essentially, And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours, essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these perp platforms, you know, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And you know, we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, you know, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then dApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think
Ondo.
the trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of you know, how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, you know, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. You know, Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, you know, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is you know,
For sure.
allowing this.
Well, and they're also Ondo's on Base, and Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe, I don't know, because it's on Base. I don't know if that's
right.
I'm not sure how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. You know, they may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, you know, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
Yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from and like maybe the benefits towards people. And what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults to
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Really, probably
for
more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you could tap in these AI agents and say, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. All teams can be looking at this, not just oracles. Verify the smart contract and see, we've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, these one or two lines of code are updated, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents, and it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head, but it's closer than I think we really. It seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day. We cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really they're still just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. They're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going, but I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting with probably with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree. in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
that's another one that that's
yeah. So
we have a guy that built
basically,
subnets on stacks with intents. It's crazy.
there you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is cow swap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now, let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there, and that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges, and then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI, and I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting in reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. Yeah, so the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day, essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So Tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So, I'll just mention on DIA here. So, we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So, any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time, we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support, and then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
For sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, But I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea, because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 gwei. And, I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now, with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. It's
yeah, it was well, because you could have like, there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-$20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that and you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right? So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side has been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for dApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
One thing we're seeing today, actually, with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like Reuters or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back. Guys, check out DIA. It's, make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome.
Right
Have a good
on,
one, Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
Takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real-world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for the little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and it's I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think that this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin for Corporations members, including Strategy, MetaPlanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into two groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, yeah, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
What's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of, the actual day-to-day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees that are working on that. And so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things. And it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. And an index provider isn't. It feels a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, so the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yep, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that, because I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say, even at this point, the conversation, or what we need to convey to them, is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have